This conference will now be recorded.
All right, good morning, everybody. We'll get started. We'll crank right up. This is informal, so we'll have, I'm sorry, if you would cut your microphones on. We are recording for posterity, but we still have decorum we will adhere to. So is everybody here? If you're not, yep, I put you on, gotta ask. Go ahead. Here.
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 Here. All right, with everybody here, next up we'll have adoption of the agenda as it is. Okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor? All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Frank now with the format and the goals for today's meeting.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you all for making the time to participate in this meeting this morning. It is extremely helpful to me to have your collective feedback on the concerns and ideas and goals and vision you have for the town next year. So this is really important to me. As we all discussed last year, and for those of you who were here the previous year, essentially the purpose of today's meeting is just to enable the six of you to engage in high-level discussion about some of the significant issues facing the town going forward, give you a chance to talk about those briefly, and really just most importantly to give me a sense of generally what's more important to you or less important to you or perhaps not important at all to you. So I will take your collective feedback from today's meeting. I will consider that with other comments that you all have made collectively and individually over the last year or so. And then I'll be working with the staff over the next couple of months to put together a recommended budget that hopefully will achieve your goals and align with your priorities for the town going forward. So that document will be presented to you in May. You all will have an opportunity to review that and adjust that in any way that you think is prudent during the month of May and into June. And then, of course, by law, you are required to adopt a budget no later than June 30th. My hope is that you'll be comfortable and in a position to adopt something at your June regular board meeting then. So the one thing I want to just stress is that these are preliminary discussions, higher level, bigger picture type discussions. I don't expect you all to make any decisions today. I don't expect myself or anyone on the staff or any of you to have all the answers today. It's really preliminary. This is the very start of the budget process. So we will refine our thoughts and ideas over the next few months and hopefully get you to a good place in time for June, to adopt a budget that hopefully achieves what you want to achieve for the town. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about that, or otherwise we can move into the bulk of the meeting.
No questions, we'll move on. Public comment, we have two people that wish to speak. Ms. Holtz has asked to speak on a couple issues that will be affecting her later, and I told her it would be perfectly fine. But right off the bat, let's have Dot come up if you'd like to. That's fine if you want to take the microphone to her so we can get it recorded. Yeah, you don't have to go.
Let's make it easy.
Well, I've got about 6 minutes, if you let me speak that much. I am excited and interested to hear everything that is going to be discussed at the meeting today. I'm sure everyone that works for the town of Cape Carteret is so proud of everything that has been accomplished this past year. Number one on everyone's list must be the eliminating the possibility of the smoke and vape shop. When I attended the Board of Adjustment meeting, when the lawyer and Mr. Swain did not attend, I thought that they had agreed to discontinue that sale, as I didn't hear anything of the chair's comments. At the December meeting, I was surprised to learn that it was still in negotiation. I got young Mr. Swain's email address and wrote to him that very week, giving other suggestions and comments. I was overjoyed when the mayor announced the wonderful news in January that the vape shop would not be developed here. There has been a huge amount of development of the trail. At one commissioners meeting in the past, I heard Commissioner Martin request that the trail should either be taken seriously and finished or just stop it altogether. It was voted to complete it and there is not much further to go. I think it was 2022 when at the budget meeting I requested 6 times a year yard debris pickup as well as a new pickup of large items. We have the yard debris pickup, and this year the trash collector will pick up items twice that do not fit in the garbage cans. As for chickens, I am from a small farm with chickens, ducks, and geese. I know that corn entices rats and chicken feed draws mice. I think there is a time and a place for everything, and that a town with neighbors close by is not the place for chickens. I am eagerly looking forward to learning what progress has been made on the new town hall since September. As a at a neighborhood gathering, I asked a few people their opinions. Some felt it was going to be in the so far undeveloped area beyond behind the shopping center. One person was totally against it. Another thought the current town hall area could be sold for a fortune with the new town hall in the triangle. And some were totally unaware there was any such plan. I personally am eager for it to be considered one way or the other, so citizens who attend the town meetings are able to have a sound system to hear the town manager and commissioners and citizens during the meeting. Many are unaware that the microphones are only for the residents at home listening, the press, and for recording minutes. At the December meeting, everything in the beginning was so loud that I thought a sound system had been added. But it was a long meeting and the voices became lower until it was impossible to hear. This is not only my opinion. A woman, when she learned that I asked for things, asked me to request a better sound system. I do care very much for the town and its improvement. I prefer to attend the meetings than to stay home and listen online, where it is easy to increase the volume. At the neighborhood gathering, one neighbor said that she listens online and sometimes cannot hear as voices become too low. There is so much more that was accomplished that I have not even mentioned. Congratulations and thank you to everyone who have worked so hard for us. Now I will listen carefully to what the plans are for the budget this coming year. This town is very important to me.
All right, thank you. And you just hand the microphone to Mrs. Holtz.
Thank you. There, the Star Hill Architectural Review Committee has recently had a request for a new house on the road known as Quail Run. It's a gravel path. It's not dedicated. The subdivision that it's shown on has never been recorded. The subdivision itself is not accurate according to later deeds. And I just want to pledge my support to the town and the neighbors that I will cooperate in any effort to dedicate that as a private 40-foot street if that's the wish of the commissioners and the neighbors. That's all.
Okay, thank you. You know where that's at, John?
I thought it was 30 on the map, not 40.
It might be, but that's inconsistent.
Okay.
All right, that's all we had that was signed up for public speaking, and Ms. Holtz, you'll have the right to speak again when we get to the issues pertaining to things that concern you. All right, next up is overall financial stats.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Baker. Behind tab number 6 in your packet, just a summary sheet of the town's overall financial status, just kind of a one-page snapshot of where things stand, as well as a copy of the town's fund balance policy. Just to hit the high notes very quickly for you, I think overall the town remains fortunate to have a solid financial position. Our fund balance is healthy. For the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024, it's about $2.4 million. That is more than 108% of the town's current year budget. I don't see that changing in any dramatic way going forward. I think in projecting out the numbers for the current fiscal year and looking forward, we'll be in that same 100% range going forward. As you all probably realize, your fund balance policy says that you will not dip below 50% of the adopted budget without a supermajority vote of the Board of Commissioners. I think we're a long way from ever getting close to that number. So the good news is we're in pretty good shape. That will help the town going forward if we have any natural disasters. It certainly gives you some flexibility to do some things in the future if you so choose, if there's a particularly good opportunity that you want to take advantage of. It also maximizes our interest earnings and helps our future budgets. And so you're in good shape. That's the good news. And kudos to all of the elected officials and town staff members who got us to that point over the last several years. Our tax rate, as you know, is 21 cents. This is a tax revaluation year. Our total tax base is about $480 million. I think you're going to see that number increase significantly. And you're going to be able to reduce that tax rate considerably. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a little bit. In the 2 capital project accounts, I think we'll be in a position to fully close those out probably within the next few months. We have about $36,000 left in the stormwater project account. That is after we allocate money for the Dolphin Street area and the Drive area. That's also after we allocated money for the new park and the reflection area. So there's $36,000 plus or minus left in that account. The other side of that is on the Cape Carteret Trail account. I think we're going to go over budget by about $35,000. So my intent is to just simply, with your blessing, is to shift that $36,000 over to cover the issues in the Cape Carteret Trail account, completely finish both of these projects within the next couple of months, close them out, be done with them. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, where we are right now. Again, I think, we're in good shape. This is going to be a tough budget year, I think, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in the next few minutes. But the fact that we have a good fund balance is a little bit easier for you all going forward. We have no outstanding debt, with the exception of some existing lease agreements for police vehicles. We currently have about $71,000 left to make in payments on those vehicles over the next roughly year and a half, almost 2 years or so. So overall, we're in pretty good shape. Probably no surprise to you there. And again, kudos to the folks who got us to that point. We have one other thing. We have a total of 14 full-time positions that are authorized. All of those are filled. We have 2 part-time positions, part-time administrative assistant and a part-time police officer in the police department. So, and that's down from 15 positions a couple of years ago. Number 7, to give you a report on the current year's budget status. I've got a summary spreadsheet behind tab number 7, as well as some notes, and then the status of the 2 capital project accounts. So far this year, I don't have any serious concerns about our revenues or expenditures as we go through. We're through roughly 7-8 months of the current fiscal year. Looking at the projections for the rest of the year, I think we'll come out probably about $27,000 to the good by the end of the fiscal year based on what we've seen to date and what I at least can project over the next 4 or 5 months. No real concerns on the revenue side or the expenditure side, for that matter, property tax revenues look to be coming in according to plan. Sales tax revenues, which I would argue are the most important revenues for the town because they're the most potentially volatile. So far, we're 1% less this year than we were last year at this time. So a little bit concerned about that, not overly concerned about it. There's a lot of nuances in the way that sales taxes are remitted to the town. So nothing to be too concerned about, but always important to monitor the sales tax revenues because that is the most important revenue in terms of its volatility. On the expenditure side, everything looks to be in pretty good shape. Got a few concerns, minor concerns about the police department budget. Got an accounting issue going on in the administration budget. Neither of those are anything terribly concerning. I think by the end of the year, again, I think we'll probably come out about $27,000 to the good going forward. Again, on the trail project and the stormwater project, as I mentioned, I'm basically looking at those two funds canceling each other out over the next couple of months. So that's the current year status. Are there any questions about this year's budget? All right. Number 8, behind tab number 8 is a preliminary projection for next year. And so this is basically the meat of the discussion. I have projected out all of our expenses and revenues for next year. And as you can see in the spreadsheet behind tab number 8, I'm projecting a surplus of about $21,000. But that is somewhat deceiving in the sense that the budget that I've projected in here is simply for the status quo. That's simply to keep everything running exactly the way that it is right now. That does not include any, for example, cost of living increases for town employees going forward. Does not include any new capital investment for the town going forward. And it does take into account continuing the lease payments for the police vehicles. It does take into account what we expect to be probably reasonably significant increases in health insurance expenses, property and liability insurance expenses, some of the other increases in employee benefits that we really don't have any control over going forward. So as always, I hope that this is a conservative estimate. I hope the picture will look better by the time we give you the recommended budget in May. But at this point, it's my best guess going forward on where things stand. I think the assumptions are reasonable in it. Put in 2% growth in the property tax base. We had 21 new single-family homes started this past year. I've got a 2.5% growth in sales tax revenues in there. That may be a little bit optimistic, but I don't think it's too crazy, and we'll see how things go for the rest of the year. I've kept in the rental income from the Girl Scouts building and from Cult Life. The Girl Scouts have actually signed a lease extension that'll be on your agenda on your March meeting. Cult Life has indicated they would like to extend, but he hasn't sent back the signed lease extension yet. So that $60,000 worth of revenue is plugged in there. With regard to interest earnings, I plugged in 3.25% over the course of the whole year. As you all probably know, the Fed has sort of slowed down the rate cuts. I think now we're at target rates around 4.5% right now. So 3.25% is probably reasonable. When I looked and did the search for what the experts, so-called experts, are predicting over the course of next year, that they don't think we're going to get below the 3.25 by that time. But obviously, who knows how that goes over the course of the next year. So that's roughly $68,000 of revenue. All of the other revenue sources basically projected in either no growth, maybe some real slight increases or some real slight decreases. So that's kind of where it's at right there. Yeah, I think that's it. So the other thing I would say, and obviously this is a key policy decision for the board, although I think I know what your thoughts are at this point, it assumes a revenue neutral tax rate. So our tax rate right now is 21 cents. The amount of property tax revenues that are plugged into this projection are the same amount of property tax revenues that would be generated by 21 cents on the expectation that you all will want to set that property tax rate at a lower number to generate the same amount of money. You don't have to do that, but you do have to be transparent to the public about what the impact is on that tax rate increase if and when that occurs. So has the same 14 full-time positions, the same 2 part-time positions in there. And so it's tight. I mean, I don't want to deceive or mislead anybody. It's going to be a tight budget year. I think that we are all going to have to be very creative in the way that we approach next year's budget. I think that we're going to have to consider really any and all alternative approaches, whether that's making budget reductions, whether that's potentially increasing some of your fees, whether that's delaying something that you may want to do right now and put that off to another year. But I will say, I think we can do it. Like, I have absolutely no hesitancy whatsoever. I'm fully confident I can get you a recommended budget in May that will meet your budget. Essentially, I think we'll figure it out. We always do. And but the comments and the ideas that you expressed today are going to go a long way toward helping me help you figure that out. So I'll stop there for a second if there's any questions for next year.
We're gonna have are they gonna be done with their reassessment of the tax rate?
They will, yeah. And actually, I've got a presentation from the tax office on your March meeting agenda. They're going to update you on the process. They don't have the numbers for us yet, but they will be releasing those probably within the next month or two. And those will be the numbers we use for your budget.
And can you explain a little bit about how that works? So they do this reevaluation. Our tax rate stays the same, so our revenues would increase. Is that correct?
Well, I'll tell you what. Can I hold that?
Yeah,
for a
sure.
second? Because I'm going to go over that in item number 9, and I'm happy to jump into that right now if you want.
You don't have to skip
I
ahead.
didn't want to preclude any other questions about the projection, but I'll just tell you about number 9. We can go back. So the town's tax value is right about $480 million, and your tax rate's 21 cents. And so when that's applied to all the real property in town and all the motor vehicles in town, that generates a little over $1 million per year. And so, as you all, I think, have seen over the last, 3-4 years, property values have increased significantly in our entire area. It will not surprise me if your base, that $480 million number, it might double. I mean, it might go up to roughly 960 million. I might get to $1 billion. I don't know. And I listed in here just some different scenarios. So if it doubles, it goes to $960 million. And then the tax rate that you would need to generate that same roughly $1 million of property tax revenue, that tax rate would go down to 10.5 cents per $100 of value. If it goes up 75% and the total base is 840 million, your revenue neutral tax rate then comes out to about 12 cents. And then you can do the math, obviously, in whatever way that you want to. I don't know if it'll quite double, but let's just say, for example, it goes up 50%. That's $720 million in your tax base. You'd be setting that tax rate at around 14 cents to generate that same $1 million of property tax revenue. But that's a key policy decision for you all. Like, you all, I mean, you could potentially say, hey, we're going to keep the rate at 21 cents. That will be a massive tax increase for all of your constituents, right?
Absolutely.
You may say, like, let's just say it goes up 50% to 720 million and that revenue neutral tax rate's 14 cents. You may say, we've got some needs, we've got some goals that we want to achieve for the town. We're going to set that tax rate at 14.5 or maybe 15. And by law, you have to be very transparent with the public. You have to tell them that if the 14 cent rate is the revenue neutral rate, would generate about the same amount of revenue. But as a policy decision, this board is basically raising your taxes by half a penny or a penny or whatever that number shakes out to. So it'll be interesting to see how the number comes out. Obviously, we are blessed that we have a lot of high value waterfront properties in the town. I expect those will have increased maybe more significantly than other properties in the town. So it's going to be really interesting. And so you all, as the board, I'm not sure if, I think Commissioner Martin, I don't know if he was on the board during the last revaluation or not, or if Mayor Baker was, but this will be the first time for you guys going through this revaluation process. And so, for example, even if you set it at revenue neutral, let's say the revenue neutral rate's 14 cents, right? And collectively, the town went up by 50%. What happens is your constituents, if their property value, their individual property value only went up by, say, 25%, and you set the tax rate at 14 cents, they're going to get a big decrease in their property tax bill. But anybody in the town who maybe they got a 75% increase in their individual property tax value, even though you set it at revenue neutral, they're paying more taxes. And so it's just overall collectively as a town, it's no tax increase, but it affects every single property owner differently. And you will undoubtedly hear from your constituents. Probably won't hear from the ones who got a decrease. They'll be happy though. But you may hear from the ones who saw an increase. And that's just the way the system works. And that's the way North Carolina law is set up to try to keep the assessed values relatively close to the actual property value. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, so those two are, in conjunction. So the other thing to keep in mind, and I'm certainly not suggesting that you should have a tax rate increase going forward, although you certainly can if you think that's important to achieve your goals. So right now, 1 penny on your tax rate generates $48,000 a year, plus or minus. If the tax base goes up by 50%, 1 penny is going to generate $72,000. If it goes up by 100%, it's going to generate about $96,000. So as you think about the future and as you contemplate potential tax rate increases, it's going to generate more money for you. Of course, it depends. You might do a half a cent, you might do 3/4 cent, you may do nothing, but that's how everything changes with this revaluation process. And so they'll give us the numbers probably within the next month or two. They'll go through a lot of appeals. There will be probably a considerable number of your constituents that will appeal through the County Board of Equalization and Review. And in many cases, they'll adjust those numbers. In reality, in my experience, it hasn't changed the overall total value for the town in any tremendously significant way, but it will certainly go down slightly from what they tell you in a couple of months.
Revenue, have you heard anything about the ABC profit distribution or how we stand since it's not broken out anywhere like it used to be?
Sure.
How do we stand on the current ABC distribution as in regard to the projection of it?
Yeah, so I haven't heard anything new. I don't think they've changed anything on the way they're distributing it. Best I can tell, looking at the revenues we've received, they're holding up pretty good. And as you may recall, I don't know if everybody was on the board then, the ABC board and the county basically predicted that growth in sales would kind of offset the adjustments that they made. So far, so good. I'm not terribly worried about that. It's tracking pretty close to what we've historically seen.
So are we line item number 9 right now? Okay, so those that don't know, or if you're living in town, the last time we had a tax increase in 2018. Okay. We had a tax decrease. I've said it not long, and I'll say it again, there's no reason this town should ever have to raise taxes with the building, the new altogether, more revenue. This is my opinion. And it's always a bad time to ever think about raising taxes during a reval year anyway, so that's another one of my opinions. So those two opinions there, I'll just throw out there to you. It's never a good time to raise it, but reval year is a terrible time, so.
And I agree. And I mean, we have a pretty healthy fund balance that continues to go up, meaning we sort of have a surplus every year. We're putting a little bit into it. So, yeah, I would agree. I mean, with us not being totally built out, just the short time I've been on this board, we've slowly built more and more. So we've generated more revenue. So, yeah, I would agree with you 100%.
Well, we certainly have a lot more revenue than we had in 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Town's in a lot better shape. Not to get too forward in the process here, but we do have a healthy fund balance, and when we start talking about the walkway and whatnot, I've got something to say about that too. So I just think it's just a bad time to even contemplate raising taxes.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly the kind of feedback I need to hear from you all individually and collectively. So thank you. And the others, please share your thoughts on any of these
As far as I'm
things.
concerned, you should assume a revenue neutral.
Yeah, that's the approach that I'm adamant about, and not because of public feedback, so, or controversy, but it's just a prudent thing to do. And, you know, we all have needs and we all have wants, but the wants at this point in time are nothing imperative that we do, in my opinion. And like you said, this is a trying budget. This is probably the second hardest budget I've been a part of. The first one in 2018 was definitely a bad one, but this rivals that one. So.
Okay. Good feedback. Beyond item number 10, I just wanted to give you a quick review of the various fees that we charge for different permits and other items in the town government. These are things that you may just want to consider as part of the budget to increase, maybe decrease some of the fees. The reality, though, is that 90% of your revenues you really don't control what the rate is or how much revenue is going to come in from that, other than property taxes. You clearly control that, but if you want a revenue tax rate, 90% of your revenues are basically not determined by you. So if you do adjust any fees, it's not going to generate a significant amount of revenue for you one way or the other. You may, as a policy matter, believe that we should be charging more for certain things or less for certain things. A couple of things just to point out to you, and I've mentioned this in the past, and I know this is potentially unpopular, but we levy a $5 per vehicle motor vehicle tax that's authorized in the general statutes. By law, you could go up to $30 per vehicle for that. And I realize that's six-fold increase in that fee. But for example, if you did go up to $30, it would generate about an extra $72,000 per year for the town. Those revenues are restricted to street resurfacing activities, or street maintenance activities, I should say. And so that's an option for you. If you want to allocate some more money for street resurfacing, that's pretty much the only thing those funds can be used for. And you obviously could increase it $5, $10, but not more than $30. So something to think about. On the golf cart permits, they're $75 each. For example, if you raised it to $100, you could do that, but that's only going to get you another $3,000 a year, plus or minus. Not a significant amount of revenue for the town. Our zoning permits are $100 for residential, $200 for commercial. If you, for example, took that up to $150, it would get you another $6,000. So small amounts of money, but things add up over time. One really minor one. We probably need to adjust the cost on the military banners just to cover the full cost of that. Obviously, that's a small customer base. And we actually decreased that fee last year. And I think, honestly, probably an error at this point, and my error, ultimately. And then the last thing I want to just point out to you is that we occasionally, we provide a free boat ramp pass to any town officials, whether elected or staff members. Typically, we only have a handful of people who take advantage of that each year. We occasionally receive requests from the fire and EMS department for that, and that's something for you to think about if you want to exempt them in some way or give them any kind of discounted rate. So those were the ones that I thought were, potentially worth discussing. Obviously, you have the full list of the town's fees included in your packet, and that's something for you all to think about moving forward. But I think the bottom line is, if you do adjust them, that's not going to solve any budget challenges that we have. It certainly would help.
I got a comment I'd like to make about the tax on vehicles. That was put in place in 2017 prior to my arriving on the board. At that time, I probably would have been against it, but then I understand the principle behind the $5 to maintain the trail. Okay, it kind of got off of that over the years. People thought they could use it for other things and whatnot, but I'd be totally against raising that fee. I've always considered it a gouge tax, if you will, but I do understand the principle. I think it's enough in there to maintain the trail, what it was set up to do.
Is this for the trail or is this for the roads?
So
Well, it was under guise of sidewalks when it was enacted. It was
There's
sidewalks.
a copy of it that Mayor Fowler
So-
At that time, put into place right there, it gives what it's supposed to be used for.
Yeah, so the board enacted the fee, the $5, it's a tax actually, $5 tax. And they specifically earmarked those funds for bicycle, pedestrian, trail type activities. And under the law, you can do that up to $5. Anything beyond $5 has to be used strictly for street maintenance activities. So we currently use it. And you'll see in the budget, there's a transfer of $14,500 from the general fund to the Cape Carteret Trail Fund. And we've got that planned for the future to continue. You all can certainly adjust that if you'd like, but that's the way the projections go.
Well, I don't see any need myself to adjusting it, but
I think, I agree with you. I think if we had to vote on starting it now, I would probably be against it, just because I don't feel like it taxes the right people for the right thing, but it's there, people are paying for it, and so I think we keep it. However, I don't think we increase it.
that's where I
So,
stand. But
I think that's
but
exactly
in all
what you
honesty,
said.
the only problem I have with that tax is it's not a fair tax because
It's not.
we have a lot of part-time residents.
Not
And,
paying anything.
yeah, and that's the only
You're kind of
problem.
taxing the people that will never use the
That,
trail.
that don't have to pay that tax, but they own property here, just simply because we're full-time residents, we have to pay that tax. We list our vehicles here, so, but I think enough's enough on that. I don't see, in my opinion, any need to raise any of these user fees.
Be nice if we could tap the gas tax instead. That would be more equal. Then you'd get the transient as well.
Yeah, the flip side to it is I don't necessarily know where you would go get it in
Yeah.
either, so, separate and apart from that, this might be a good time. I think, it'd be a good time to discuss the Bogue residents golf cart. Are we gonna do golf cart passes? I know they're not called passes, but the permits for Bogue residents. I know we're talking about a lot of increasing trails and putting things in. Do we want to address that now? I know we did away with it. One of the things we had discussed when we did do away with it was tabling it for the budget discussion. I think now's a great time to,
Well, I'm happy to discuss it if that's part of the budget process.
well, I'm talking about in the fees.
Yeah, well,
Section.
well, it's not on the fee schedule, so we'd have to, first of all, have a meeting to put it on the fee schedule to allow it. So, I mean, following procedure, I would think. Right now, it's not allowed. It's not part of
So
the
are
fee
you
schedule.
saying they can use the streets, not the parks? Is that what you're?
I'm saying as far as golf cart, do we
As it
want to
stands
set
right now,
a
Bogue
fee?
residents can't have a golf cart.
That's correct.
Right, as it stands now, Bogue residents cannot.
That's correct.
Would we want to establish a fee where Bogue residents could get a permit, but they still could not use the parks?
I personally am against it. You can't police the golf carts as it is, right, Brian? And you certainly can't police the ones that are coming from Hunting Bay to use our parks.
That's fine. I'm just bringing it up. I'm asking.
So when we start working on the multi-use path, are Bogue residents gonna be able to get on that path if it
That's
ever?
federal, that's grant money. They're certainly allowed to use that.
So how would they get to the path?
Huh?
How would they get to the path if they don't go to Cape Carteret?
I don't,
Can they get
I
to it
don't think
without?
that's our problem. I don't want to build a path from Hunting Bay to assess our trail, our sidewalk, but
I'm just trying to.
It's a great question. I think, the preliminary feedback I got from DOT is that we could allow golf carts to use that new path on 24 if the board wants to. You may want to have a more thoughtful discussion about whether that's good or bad or whatever, but you could do that, I believe. But then the question is, people from Bogue would have to travel through Cape Carteret to actually get to the path, and we don't allow them on our streets. And so if you all wanted to, for example, set a $200 fee or $300, whatever number fee you want to, you certainly could do that as part of this budget. If you want.
What are we talking about, 17 passes? Is that about how many we had?
I think you're close.
Yeah, I believe it
You're
was
about right.
16, if I'm not mistaken.
We had how many people come to the meeting and complained? 3?
Yeah, something, I think that actually came to the meeting. I mean, we fielded other calls and inquiries at the town offices, but so, yeah, there's roughly 16 passes that were not renewed this year.
I personally think that it needs to be discussed in an open board of commissioners meeting, that we've already done that, but if you want to talk about it again, I just don't think it's the time, if it's not on this current fee schedule, to be talking about it. We're talking about adjusting fees, not adding.
Well, I think you can add new fees or you can delete fees if you'd like also. So, I mean, I think really any fee change you want to make is up for discussion as part of the budget.
Right,
Now,
it won't be
whether or
enacted
not-
today, but you could bring it up to vote on it later.
They cannot
But we
be,
cannot add a fee that goes against the current town ordinance.
You
Right?
just can't use the parks.
and they cannot
Right.
use the parks,
That's the only thing, right? They can't
which
use
they're
the
doing,
parks.
which they're doing.
Which if they've got a low speed vehicle, they can still use our roads, but like you said, they wouldn't be able to park at the parks.
Low speed vehicle permit, state of North Carolina application, $45. They can go anywhere they want to. So why should they even pay for it?
I think to clarify Commissioner Morgan's comment, so if you all decided you wanted to allow the Vogue people to drive a golf cart on town streets and you set up some new fee for them, you'd have to concurrently change our ordinance to allow that.
Right, that's right.
Are there, other than that particular issue, are there other things that maybe you think we should charge a fee for that we don't? Or is there something on this list that you think, hey, that's silly, we shouldn't be charging?
I got a question that's always been in my mind that's not a fee, so to speak, but, and maybe Ryan could answer this. How many man hours does it take to put their Christmas decorations up down there and take them down? Both.
Our town,
Both.
road, it takes a day.
A day?
Around 7, I'd say around 7 hours. to put up.
How many people?
2 guys.
And
But
We do build.
we bill them for that. We just,
That's my next question. How much?
$75, they, so we just set a bill for $1,650.
$1,650? Okay.
just the other day, actually.
That's good. I was told 500, and that's where I was leading to. So I want to make sure that our guys get amply paid for that, the service.
So we do charge them for the Christmas decorations put up and take down. We do some banners for them occasionally that we've basically done just as a courtesy to be good neighbors to them. I think that's a much lesser staff time involved in
They
it.
have
So
3 banners, they have seasonal banners, 124, one on the road. Now, springtime, we'll have flowers on, summer, we have the sun, and then wintertime, it's
So
Four seasons.
we're getting compensated pretty well.
we're getting compensated for the Christmas lights, but what I've decided to do, we've been putting up the seasonal banners for them, just, it really doesn't take that long, we just help them out. But we do charge for their lights. They have 22 lights, and that's $75 a light.
Okay. Try to put cake for it first, that's all I'm trying to
are there any other questions about the numbers, either for the current year or the projection for next year at this point? Again, that's important to set the stage for the rest of your conversations. And as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be challenging. We're going to have to be creative for this budget year, I think.
Am I hearing you say that you're open to upcharging on zoning permits?
Oh, I'm open to it if that's the board's will. I just wanted to basically put it in context for you that if you want to increase some of these fees, like I think the take home message from me is you certainly can do that. It's not going to solve your budget challenges for this year, but every little bit helps. And these are just some examples of things you could do if you wanted to do them.
How are
And
we
like,
on
so,
the
yeah.
boat ramp passes?
I'm sorry.
How are we on the boat ramp passes?
Yeah,
All of them?
we're actually tracking a little bit behind where we were the last couple of years. Having said that, I'm not terribly worried about that because as the weather gets nicer and the summer gets here, we turn away a lot of people after a certain point in the year. So it's a little bit lagging, but I have every confidence you'll sell all 300 of those by the time we get to the end of the year. So. All right, so item number 11. I really just wanted to spend some more time or give you all a chance to talk a little bit more about the proposed town hall, police station, regional EOC project. As we've discussed a few times over the last year, it will be, if it proceeds, it will be the most expensive project in the history of the town of Cape Carteret. The total cost estimate's around $3.3 million. I've included a copy of the renderings and the floor plans and site plans in your packet. That's the same stuff that you've seen previously. We have used that to basically make our sales pitch to Senator Sanderson, Representative Carnes. Mayor Baker's been talking with folks at Senator Tillis's office, Senator Budd's office, and also with the county commissioners. So, yes.
How come we're not talking with Greg Murphy's office?
I've already contacted them. We're just waiting to hear back.
I didn't know. Okay.
And my contact with them just retired, which has been involved, if you've been involved.
No, been a lot of years.
Okay, so he's hooked me up with his replacement. Anita, I think, handles our area.
Does it?
Yeah, she's in Atlanta.
Yeah. so
New
she's-
grandbaby.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting to hear back from them.
We just hadn't got to him yet, but so.
Just asking.
And Mr. Sanderson as well.
Yep.
He was sick when we had our meeting, but he's indicated that he's willing to help as well.
Yeah, he had a mini stroke.
Yeah, I had a really good meeting with Senator Sanderson after we had our initial meeting back in December. And so this is a big deal, right? And I fully recognize how significant this is for the town in terms of the budget implications and the central question, can we afford this and do we want to spend our money on this kind of thing? Absolutely, completely valid concerns from anyone on those issues. The way that I look at this is, in my mind, it's really an investment in the future of Cape Carteret. And Western Carteret County. I mean, honestly, I'll never work in the building. Some of you may not be serving on the board when the building is constructed. Some of the staff may have the opportunity to work in the building. To me, it's really more about what you want this town to be in the future. Number one, just practically speaking, it's a good facility for the function of town government in the future. Make sure that your police department, your other local government services have good quality facilities to operate out of for the next 30, 40, 50 years, whatever number you think it's going to be. And that's obviously important. Honestly, I think equally as important, and this is where you all have to make the judgment and you all have to exercise the vision going forward. To me, it's about basically putting Cape Carteret on the map for the future, so to speak, or maybe more so on the map, in a statement about what kind of community you want this to be going forward, in a nice facility that presents a better image of the town, positions us for the growth that we all has been coming, we all know is coming in the future. And Cape Carteret is blessed because it's in a great location, right? I mean, you got 7 miles of waterfront in the town, right across from the Barrier Island. If you think about some other Barrier Island communities in other states, there's always a really nice town right across the bridge from them. And Cape Carteret is positioned to be that. Is that now and positioned to be that in the future? So when I think about this, I say to myself, gosh, that's really expensive. And I know people don't want to spend the money, but it's really, I think, a central question for you all going forward about what you want the town to be in the future. And then lastly, I would say that you certainly want the town to set a good example in everything that you do. This is very subjective, but our building's probably, in my opinion, the least attractive building on the commercial corridor of the town. So that's kind of a sidebar comment that you may agree with or you may disagree with, and that's fine. But so to me, I guess I would just encourage you all to think about this in terms of the long term. For people that haven't moved here yet, maybe aren't born yet, maybe it's going to be you and your families using it, maybe it's not. It's really more about the future, the way I look at it, but it's a big number, right? $3.3 million. I just laid out a scenario in the written materials that potentially could work. In my conversations with Senator Sanderson and in our group conversation with Representative Carnes, we said, hey, we'd love to have $3.3 million from the state, but realize that we're going to need to have some skin in the game. So I characterized it with Senator Sanderson as 50%, $1,650,000. He seemed like that was a reasonable number for us to be putting out there. He contacted me last week, and he's working on putting something in for the leadership in the Senate. So hopefully that's a good sign and something will happen. But if we could get somewhere in that range from the state, you all are fortunate to have a healthy fund balance. If we took some portion of that and put it toward the building, maybe you could get it into a position where you've got to come up with $1 million or $1.5 million or something in that range. You could probably figure out a way to do that, right? You maybe that's the one thing that's worth going into debt for. And maybe you borrow the money for 20 years for a building, which would I think be reasonable. We all have mortgages, right? So, and then that debt service payment comes out to about $100,000 a year. And it's still a big number, right? That's basically 1 cent on your new tax rate, maybe a little more than 1 cent. Maybe it's another penny and a half. So again, I am not naive to know that this is a really big number. I think that you all should probably just consider it in terms of the long-term vision that you have for the community. And the other thing I guess I've learned in my career is that there are plenty of initiatives that I was fortunate to work on that we might have talked about it in 1 year and it didn't come to fruition for 7 or 8 years down the road, right? But it did, right? And so every idea starts somewhere and you got to dream big and you got to just keep working on it. And so anyway, I'll stop talking. I want to just give you guys a chance to talk about that and get a sense from you all. How important is this or not? Obviously, it's a tough nut.
Well, I think it's very important. And, I don't think this budget, I don't think it's going to should have an impact on this budget, but I don't think it should deter us from, marching forward with this town hall project. But we'll take a wait and see approach to see what funding is coming our way from the state and then go from there. I think that's the approach we need to take, is try to get as much as we can from the other sources and then see what we have to put up. I personally, if you recall, I asked for the entire thing. I asked for $3.3 million at that meeting. And I don't think that was out of line. And I based that because state getting funds for between $6 and $8 million for a similar project and didn't even require anything. And as far as I know, they still have the money sitting in the bank over there drawing interest. I don't think it was out of line to ask for the entire $3.3 million for our town. So whatever we get, I think we need to take a wait and see approach, see what funding comes our way, and then we can talk about funding the rest of it if we need to, whatnot. But that's just my opinion. I don't think we need to stop on this. It's very important to our future of our town. Although this building looks nice, everybody knows it used to be a firehouse. It's been cobbled up and painted and new windows put in just to get by. The getting by days is about over with. It's about served its use for us. It's 60 years old. Yeah, and like you said, Frank, it still looks pretty good, but it's not the best looking building here in town. But
yeah, actually, just to clarify, this building I think looks fine. I'm talking about the building out on the highway that in my opinion, just doesn't look as nice as you might want.
Yeah, so. But I think I'm not going to let this budget deter me from wanting to go forward with this project. That's just my opinion. So.
And if we don't get the funding, we keep asking.
That's the thing. That's the thing. To me, this is the year of gathering. So we're going to gather all the information and all the help we can. And because wheels turn very excruciatingly slow sometimes when you deal with some of these entities. But my goal is to have it all paid for by other people's money.
That's exactly right. It's just like
it may be unrealistic, but there again, if our approach is correct, and I'm like Steve, our town needs to come first with us naturally. But at the same point, we've always been trendsetters with the police, and everything we've done, SRO, everything we've done has been sort of advanced for this end of the county. And I think if we can get the magistrate, if we can house a magistrate here, and we can have the EOC to help our neighbors as well, I just think that's a win-win for everybody, not just our town. We're helping our neighbors out as well, and letting them help us help ourselves, if that makes sense.
Something else, having that regional aspect. Something else too, Mayor, we need to put, and I'll say this, we need to put more pressure on the county. One reason, The sales tax distribution method has not benefited this town, not one iota. Okay? And it's just like that trail section that we got up here with the school across to the gas station up there. That's when I asked Robin Comer, I said, look, you voted against the sales tax distribution. You're gonna do something. We can get money in different ways, you know what I'm saying? Not just through the sales tax. But I think the county should be obligated to give us a significant amount of funding toward this.
Yeah, and I think that's a great approach that's worth pursuing. And so for those of you who maybe aren't as familiar with what he's talking about, so the sales tax within Carteret County is distributed based on the ad valorem method. It's based on the amount of taxes that you levy. It favors almost every jurisdiction in the county except for Cape Carteret, Cedar Point, Newport, and Bogue and Pelletier. So realistically, I just don't think you'll ever see the county commissioners change that to the per capita method, which would benefit us and those 4 other towns I mentioned. But I think in your discussions with county commissioners, I think you can approach it that way and be like, hey, we realize you're not going to change the sales tax formula, but sure would be nice if you could help us with this regional EOC, which, oh, by the way, is going to benefit everybody in the county too.
That's right.
I would encourage you all to have those conversations with your colleagues on the county commission. I certainly put it forth in that vein to the county manager when I met with her last week. So, and she was receptive to that. I mean, I think, a reasonable person is going to understand the nature of the request. And so I would encourage you to pursue that.
Yeah, it's not distributed evenly, and I've tried to look at that format of distribution, and it's complicated.
It is.
It's very complicated.
Yeah, and it's like, it takes you gotta like ask a lot of questions when you're doing
And
it.
there could be a hybrid version of that. It's been done. I mean, we could change it, but you gotta
Then it
be
would
willing
change-
to want to change it.
then.
And we're not seeing that from the county at this time.
Well, we've always thought, you know this well, we always tried to get the people in there, tried to support the candidates, hoping to change. When they get in their first board meeting, somehow they get compromised. So they go along with the status quo, which is, hey, we're gonna take care of the beach towns first. The heck with the main town.
And I think you all certainly need to make the political judgments and operate in the political arena and stuff. For what it's worth, I would encourage you all not to ask them to change the formula. I would encourage you all not even to ask them for a hybrid because it's been discussed many, many times. It's very complicated. It's
right.
Not as simple as maybe we would like it to be. But to
Yeah, but I think what Frank's saying is right. We use that sort of as our carrot. Say, hey, you sort of mess us up on this, so how about a little something over here?
Yeah, in a respectful way, right? Like,
Exactly.
Hey, this is a great project for our town, who, by the way, is your constituents also. It's a great project for all the residents of Western Carteret County. If we realize we come out on the short end of the stick on the sales tax, we're hoping you might be able to just help us out. Bottom line is, it doesn't matter how you get the money as long as you get the money, right? And so, but you all need to make the political judgments.
They will. Well, and in a roundabout way, I was guessing that we were the commission district in town, but we do have 2 commissioners now, and very good in our town, so still a majority of 7, it's better than 1. But yeah, I'm like Frank, encourage the people to reach out to them.
And I would just submit to you, I mean, they likely would disagree with me on this, but the amount of money that we would be seeking from the county is a relatively small amount in the grand scheme of their budget, considering the contributions of the town and the county. So, okay, the other thing I want to mention is that we've identified a grant funding program through FEMA that's focused on resilience to hurricanes and so forth, and that may be some funding to go toward the EOC component in town hall as well. So it sounds like you all would want us to pursue anything and everything, so we'll continue to research that, and we may show up at one of your meetings in the future with a grant application for that. In my experience, those federal grant programs are often more cumbersome and bureaucratic than some of the state programs, but nonetheless worth giving it a try.
Yeah, maintaining a healthy fund balance, too, it helps when you're asking for.
Right. They say that you're a good steward of your own money.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about that project?
No, I do think this is a good idea and a good vision for Cape Coral. Just invite letters to the editor.
Yeah, and again, I
I don't think this building's gonna last 30 years. I just don't believe that.
Do you know the liabilities we have in this building, Cameron? I'll use one word, asbestos.
But aside from that, I just don't think this building is good.
This building was passed code today. He built it.
Well, not very many buildings would. I mean, that's just not how it works. But I'm just saying, like, 30 years is crazy. So I think this is a good idea.
Yeah, and again, so many things over the course of my career. It started in this year, and it didn't happen for 3, 4, 5 years down the road, but it happened. So I would encourage everyone to be vigilant.
It's a good idea, but it is not a good idea if we have to take this on ourselves.
No, I agree with you, Charlie.
We should just keep that in the back of this board's head and every other board. I would hope, because as much as this would be great for us, if we had to shell out that kind of cash, we would put ourselves in
Hutchinson's, but we probably not going to control that building.
not the whole legal oversight thing. So, I mean, I don't disagree with any of the things you said. I think it's worth saying that it's not a project that is so important.
No, we're not in hurries.
They're gonna come through with the photos, I'm about.
So let Karen do this, I'm happy to. So Anita Best did it. And they're personal, so.
Tell them to get back to work,
I know.
please. And get over it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Number 12, really just wanted to update y'all on the NC 24 multi-use path. We've included a total of almost $20,000 in the current year budget for our local match on the design work for that multi-use path. We still have to come up with a little more than $210,000 for our local match for the construction. Ideally, I think we need to come up with that over the course of the next 2 fiscal years. Potentially could come up with it in a 3rd fiscal year after that. It's just with all of the rapid changes happening in Washington, D.C. I think the sooner we get this done, the better off we will be if you don't risk losing the funds going forward. Again, as I showed you before, DOT tells me we should be fine and we can proceed. They've just encouraged me to move quicker than slower. So I literally have a draft request for qualification on my computer screen right now to hopefully send to DOT and get their approval to go out and solicit engineering firms to design this, which is it's federal funding, so it comes with more bureaucratic requirements. Normally, I would talk with one of the local engineers and try to bring them on board to design the project, but because it's federal funds, we've got to go through this full-blown process, and we also have to have them sign off on about every document that we go forward. So trying to get that going, real close to being done with the document with Governor Road. So, but that's another big number that if you all want to continue this project, we need to come up with $210,000 over the next couple of fiscal years. There may be some creative ways to spread that out and still meet the grant requirements, but that's something we have to plan accordingly for. The one thing that I want to also just remind people of is it's not just the multi-use path. It's roughly about a mile from Yopon to Bayshore, but it's new pedestrian signals at the 3 signalized intersections here that honestly, that'll be as good of an improvement for the community as the multi-use path would be. So that's all baked into the total cost.
Well, I think we need to move forward ASAP. Opportunity to get grants that size. If we don't use it, then it affects all future grant applications. They look at it, we gave you one. And this is a perfect opportunity about fund balance. Unlike the Cape Coral Rail Trail when it started in 2015, we have the money right now to start and finish this trail. Right now. We have the grant, and we have the money in fund balance for the match. So there's no excuse.
So are you saying that maybe we should just plan on using the fund balance for the match over the next couple of years?
Well, I don't see any way of having to do it other than raise taxes. So, I mean, we have the money, and I can't think of a better way to use it than benefit everyone. Everybody talks about it.
Are you planning on doing it in sections, or you gonna just do it?
My intent is to bid it all as one project and have one contractor complete the whole project. And actually, I forgot to mention that the real number is about $180,000 because we have $14,500 for the next 2 years from the $5 motor vehicle tax. So you need to come up with about $180,000 over the
Well,
next 2 years.
one of my biggest concerns is you have in here that you expect engineering to be done in 2026. Well, that's a lot.
No, I expect the engineering to be done by the end of 2025 and have us in a position to award a construction contract at the beginning of 2026 is my goal. And if we can do it sooner than that, absolutely. It's just the bureaucratic requirements and like they literally have to sign off on the RFQ and then it goes through all this review process stuff. But to your point, my goal is to do it as quickly as possible. I'm trying to be real.
Okay, well, how long do they hold these grant funds for us to make a
Yeah, so I mean, again, notwithstanding whatever might happen in Washington DC with everything that's going on right now, the money's there. Like, I mean, the agreement's signed, the money's there. We're on schedule. We've got plenty of time. So we actually, according to the grant agreement, have more time than 2026 to get this done. So we're fine in that regard. Just the wild card is will it be pulled back as part of the budget reduction efforts at the federal level.
So why don't you make, your budget preparation? I mean, if we use the fund balance, it wouldn't be a budget.
That's right. Yeah, that's a completely reasonable approach to take. So, and that's the kind of feedback I'm looking for from you all.
And we wouldn't have to use the entire match in 1 year, right?
Exactly.
That's right.
Okay, so
We keep our money as long as
I want
possible.
to move forward, but I mean, there's nothing worse than, and I'm going to address this Cape Carteret Trail issue where I stand on just for Dot's knowledge later on, but there's nothing worse than sitting here watching something halfway done.
Yeah.
You know, and I've said that time and time again, if you're going to start a project, nobody I know starts a project unless they got the money to finish the darn thing. We've got the money right now, finish that right, and the pedestrian crossings. So the sooner we get started.
Oh, they always get hit out there by loads. Literally, again on the car.
It's not.
I've seen that before. Sure.
Well, it happened to me 2 weeks ago, and it was a deputy, not deputy, but a police officer from Beaufort. Wasn't paying attention.
So since this is not a budget issue, really, we're just giving you concessions.
Well, I mean, it's absolutely a budget issue because you need to come up with $180,000 over the next 2 years. So if you say you plan on using the fund balance, that's great feedback. That's how we'll proceed going forward. But, another approach would be to tell me to include it in next year's budget and make whatever budget reductions I need to make to present to you so that we can get it done. So there's different ways you can fund it. I think the fund balance, in my personal view, is probably the best approach, but then you're starting to spend that down a little bit, and you just need to be very cognizant of that, but absolutely a budget.
Well, the fund balance, that particular part of the fund balance doesn't affect our readiness and need for cash in the hurricane situation.
And we don't want to take a chance of losing that money either.
All right, well, great. That's again,
We put the money in there for a reason.
so I personally agree with you, but again, I want to make sure that I'm doing what you all think is best. So I think that's a good, reasonable approach to take, and we'll proceed that way.
You bring up good points.
What do you think, Mayor?
We're,
I think it's a good idea. I mean, we got the money. We don't have to come up with it right now. That's the thing. We've got 2-3 years to space it out. And I like our money in our account making interest for us. As long as
Yes,
possible.
as long as possible. Exactly right.
So we're a little bit ahead of schedule. We can keep on plowing through all this if you like, or if you need to take a couple minute break, we can do that too. It's really up to you.
Let's take a break. We're ahead. Get straight
Take a
to
few
that.
moments.
Okay. All right, great.
When we come back, we'll be on 13.
Kind of. Well, I gotta go.
Trust me, I know.
Can you hear me now? If you're listening and you have $3 million to spare, please send it to the town of Cape Carteret. You're younger than mine. It's almost identical.
Mike Lawrence Electric, right?
Yeah.
That's Melissa's car. Melissa Lawrence.
Okay. So it didn't have a name or number on it, so I sent it to somebody with electrical.
Yeah.
People there, so I'm gonna call them.
It's Chris's wife.
It's only got like 230,000 miles.
Well,
Yeah, yeah, so, and I just love to have another one. It's weird to have those 12. I got 340,000 miles. Well, that one looks like you can take care of it.
I'm gonna give you this.
Keep the time in the belts on. Starbucks, yes.
I went to grab my, my little snack.
I'll try to pop by there this afternoon.
She's out of town.
Okay, I missed her Friday. I didn't know what she needed.
She didn't say, she just said, is mayor in the office? I said, well, he doesn't usually stay here, but I can, if you want me to, I'll share your information. She said, please. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is good. I printed out like a plat. Working with now, I just haven't gotten to the drawing board yet, but this is great.
Yep. I was gonna wait till tomorrow, but you can be looking.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, get the wheels turning tonight.
Yeah.
They did, that was the whole problem. Just had for sale.
Inside.
That's why I figured it would, I didn't have that, so I was just gonna call that electrical company and see if they knew.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
So again.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
What I said.
No, I was coming to meetings, and that's when I started getting interested in how things are. They said they could build that for $75,000. I wouldn't even use it here.
100 years ago.
I knew that was.
Rick Keller.
Yeah.
Well, because
Got mad at what we took to the
Saw that too.
Yeah. Unbelievable. So,
Yeah, I got somebody interested. Is that Mrs. Toys out of Ron?
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw it, remember, I was sitting.
yeah.
He started coming to meetings. I
Yeah.
said, okay, this is how this is gonna go down. We'll see where it's going.
49. Can somebody stop by and take a look at it while it's parked in front?
Things are so much better now.
Okay. All right, thanks. Bye.
I mean, you know, part of that.
I don't want to go to Raleigh this week.
Is that the electrical?
Yeah. Raleigh? Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta go Friday. My mom. TJ Brown.
Yeah, I'll be there Friday and Friday night, and then I'll be back. I was supposed to be there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Oh, we got that Dixie Deer Classic. We always have a booth at.
I'm just gonna drive up.
It's the only time I ever go to Raleigh.
This is the office. It's Brian's son's car.
And this, I don't like this one as much as I do the farm show. Farm show is much better.
Yeah.
At least from my perspective, all those people are actually potential buyers and sellers. 90% of the people at the Dixie Deer Classic couldn't afford land if they wanted to. Or they all want it, but they can't afford it. You telling me? I've been looking at things side by sides for work. Good God. Do you know you can spend $60,000 on a side by side? 60. 60.
That's the big motor one by Arctic Cat.
No, by Polaris.
Polaris.
That Polaris 1500, if you deck that thing all the way out, I know a fella that traded in a Toyota Tacoma and had to bring money to the table after the fact to get one. Yeah, you can. I mean, you are buying a vehicle, but.
I mean, you can just trade in.
No, I couldn't. But, yes, theoretically.
You could, but we know you wouldn't.
I would never do such a thing. So that one you can get. You can get that one used if you get lucky for about 25 or 30. But if you go get it new, you're definitely gonna be in the 40 plus range. Maybe 50.
My first house back in
75. I see myself ever spending
I mean, I will for a tax write-off. Oh, no, God. Give it to Uncle Sam or get it, then that's one thing. But I'm with you, man. Like, I just need to park this in my garage so I can play with it. No.
I want to buy a boat. I'm not even that good fishing.
Yeah, I've been.
They got a stockpile.
Well, last time I was going to buy a boat, I built a building. So.
You built what?
When I built my building, I was getting ready to buy a boat. Decided I should.
I saw a real nice Parker the other day that bought a U-23.
I want the bigger, the one bigger than that one.
25 Pilot House.
I mean, if I get what I wanted, I'd get the Pilot House, but my wife says they're ugly.
Hey,
but
if you've ever followed, just go.
Yeah, that's what I know.
No. You know who that thing up at what is it, Boat Sink? They've got a pair of customs up there at 27. That is a nice rig.
Yeah.
Boat right across from Starlane, the little boat place. Boats Unlimited, or whatever it's called. Of course, they had I'll do it. I should have done it when they had the demo model up there. They had a demo model. It was $100,000. They let us know. Nah, I wasn't quite that bad. It's hard for me not to. It's hard to spend money on something that's going to just cost me more money.
Yeah.
Well, how's Jeremy working?
Huh? What? He didn't buy my building. He bought the business. Yeah. Rent check comes in every month.
Nice when you got Guthrie money.
Hell, things keep going well in the market. That might be it for sale. If you're looking for a building.
He won't buy nothing, man. I tried to sell him a brand new John Deere tractor one time. He didn't buy it. Should have bought it.
I kicked myself in the ass when I find
Let me get this thing closed and I will be looking for a tractor.
No, I might look back into it.
So that's part of my strategy for deferring my taxes when that big place sells.
Hey, you had any nibbles yet?
Yeah.
A lot of shoppers.
Had 2 tire kickers.
I got. And
Oh, my goodness.
Uh,
You can't wait.
I want one so
was
bad.
a girl or boy?
You know, it's their-
Where's he live, in Georgia?
Your husband looks great.
Brian, he does not.
He does.
You can't even get a dog.
We're working on that.
We had our bridal shower this weekend.
You love that stuff, don't you?
Oh, please. I called her Saturday and she was like, oh.
Yes, I was at yeah, there's Sean at King.
I texted her. I said, great things.
I saw Sean yesterday, but I hollered at him, but he let his phone walking up Lowe's.
You know that lot in Cape Point across from the city? $1.5 million. What's up on her door? So I texted them, I was like, what? And then I was like, I heard they shot all owns the lot in Cape Point. What's his name, Steve?
You can't find that.
The guy next to Clear.
well, that's not true. I can find stuff, but I can't find it where I need it.
Too far away.
You can't take care of cows an hour away from.
I did for years. I was 45 miles away.
Miserable.
Miserable
It
every
was
day.
miserable.
I had 25 head up there. Farm, and I drove it. I'm my neighbors, but they never did get out. I had electricity.
Well, I mean, the problem is, it's not that it can't be done. The problem is that if you're gonna do it for any length of time, it's gonna wear you out.
The reason I started, I had bought my daughter a small house up there. She was living there. Daddy, I'll take care of everything. Well, she got married, moved down here to you. I said, that's it. That's it.
John's would be nice. Who owns it? Someone owns it. I don't know if it's Kennedy.
Who?
It's a Burton.
Do what?
Sure there.
You on the golf course.
Where?
That's one of the.
You know, having Comer's for his house over here in Cape Point. He might be selling this one.
I would take this piece. I would love to have this piece too.
Who owns that?
All this is to McMillan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's it.
A lot of flood in there.
Yeah, well,
Just hit the microphone button, please. So item number 13 are options for cost of living adjustments for the town workforce for next year. The most recent consumer price index change as of January was 2.8%. So if you did include a 2.8% COLA adjustment in the budget for next year, that's a cost of just shy of $35,000. Obviously, you can do the math on any other variations of that. My approach has always been to try to at least match the change in the consumer price index for town employees. That $35,000 number includes the associated percentage-driven benefits. So we pay 7.65% for FICA Medicare. We pay anywhere from 14 to 6% for the state retirement system, and then 5% for the 401k number. So that's something that is not included in the projection, but something that we need to work toward, hopefully, going forward. So at a low point, 1% is about 12,000, 5% is about 62,000. So happy to answer any questions. I did include a copy of the salaries in your booklet as well. Fair enough.
If we can.
Yeah, that's right. And certainly I'll also take a look at the CPI as we get closer to the recommended budget as well. Yeah. Okay. So initial feedback, 2%. Understood.
I would say start as a minimum. And that would be the minimum. I would. Naturally, I like.
I don't think you're being the bad guy.
Well, we'd all be wanting
Something's better than nothing.
That's right.
But, I want to be as generous as I can.
1% would be an insult to me.
Me too. I'm good with 2.
Yeah. So 2% is around $25,000, and that's probably manageable. So.
And if we can do better,
To be
I
determined.
want to try to do better. If we can.
Yeah, this is
Right.
He comes back from budget, we can accommodate that $10,000, then by all means. But gotta start somewhere.
I'm going to be pessimistic or optimistic if we can. At this point, I would like to do a plug for Starbucks. Thank you, Starbucks, for providing our coffee and sweets this morning. The town of Cape Carter is very appreciative, and we encourage all our citizens and visitors to our area to please go and patronize our local Starbucks.
Ditto.
How's that? Is that good?
You missed your call.
I support all our businesses. I like it when people from outside our town come and spend money in our town.
I'd like to mention Michelangelo's has an awesome chicken Philly.
Yes, they do.
Number 14, just wanted to recap for you the street resurfacing revenues and plans. So we brought in just slightly more than $100,000 in Powellville revenues this year. To its credit, the General Assembly has been working to increase those distributions to local governments in recent years. I'm not sure if they will do that again this year or not, but we would welcome anything that they can, any additional funds they can provide. So $100,000 will generally get you about 2/3 of a mile of town streets. We have about 20 miles of streets in the town. On the premise of a 20-year life cycle, my goal has always been to resurface at least 1 mile per year. We met that 2 of the last 3 years. We didn't meet it this past year. We did about 0.7 of a mile on Yopon and also Anita Fort. And also just to clarify, because I think there might have been a little bit of confusion about this, we went ahead and had an opportunity to do Yopon and Anita Fort this past fall. Normally we would have done that in the spring. So next year for fiscal year 25-26, we can either do the paving in the fall or the spring, but we're targeting the Bayshore Park, Country Club Point area for next year. And so that will not happen in the spring because we already did it early, basically this year for Yopon and for Anita Fort. So I think that the rotating among the 3 neighborhoods makes sense for a couple of reasons. One is if you can keep the segments at generally the same location, reduces your costs, it reduces mobilization expense, makes it easier for the contractors to get the work done. And secondly, I think it just provides a reasonable expectation for each neighborhood going forward. Certainly if we had a situation in a particular year where one street was just in dire need of attention, we obviously can adjust from that as necessary. But, overall, I think the town street network is in reasonably good shape. I'm not aware of any like glaring problems that are on town-owned streets. Now, there may be on some private streets and shopping centers, but in terms of what the town's responsible for, generally, I think we're in pretty good shape. And Ryan, I don't know if you want to add anything to that or.
No, I know, I know we got a budget last year. I just went ahead and, got a budget approved, so I went ahead and started just making costs to get the paving project done. We done it in the spring or fall. I just went ahead and try to just get it done, get it behind us, and concentrate on what's next.
If you get.
Concentrating in Bayshore Park this coming fiscal year, so I'll be out there just trying to get some streets that need attention over there and some measurements and all that, and get the project rolling this coming fiscal year, whatever you guys decide out for paving.
Yeah, and so again, we think we can do about 2/3 of a mile, maybe a little bit more with the $100,000. If you want to allocate more funding, if you want to get to that 1 mile goal, we probably need another $50,000, maybe a little bit more than that. That could be from fund balance, that could be from a general fund budget adjustment, reducing something else somewhere. That could be from an adjustment to that fee that we were talking about earlier for the motor vehicle tax. So.
First of all, thank you for putting this list of the streets in here and how long every street in Cape Coral is. Useful information.
Yeah, we're in the process. That map is really tough to read because there's some minor variations in the color on that map, but we're in the process of having a new map prepared that should be easier to read.
Well, I may be wrong and Ryan may prove me wrong, but I don't see, since Bayshore's coming up this year, I don't see a mile of needed payment. Do you yet, or have you had a chance to look?
I haven't gotten into
Okay.
it yet. I got some areas in mind, like I said, I'm gonna, after, getting into this other process, see what we get done.
Well, would you have that information available for the next budget meeting?
I can, yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
So for general purpose for this meeting, can we just go with the Powell bill money? And if he comes back to the next budget meeting and say there needs to be a mile done in Bayshore?
Absolutely. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Happy to do that.
Yeah, like I said,
And
it'd
it
either
may
be a
be-
mile
it may be
or
a
what we
mile.
can get done with that.
A mile in general,
It'd be
or
probably
maybe somewhere.
be a little bit less,
Come up
depending on
with
how
any
much
address.
everything's costing.
As an add-on.
Well, just to get a start here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good
it's
start.
I'm all for the mile. The goal, have we done it for the last 2 years, Frank?
Two of the last three.
So it's worked out great, but since this budget's so trying, I mean, just like the COLA, we start somewhere, we know, adjust if we need to.
Understood.
Okay.
How are we doing on the culverts in the town? How are they looking?
So we got a couple areas that I got on a list right now. I'm in the process of talking to one Sunland Builders to come out with their jetback truck. And I'm in the process of talking to another company outside of Goldsboro to come in, and I got a list of locations. I'm looking to get a company in for a day rate, and I'll be out there site supervising them on the different locations. I got a few in Bayshore, a couple in Old Town, and a couple in Star Hill. Overall, they're looking okay, looking
So
good.
you can tell improvement since you've started using it.
I have, especially in I have noticed even in Bayshore that we did all of Lejeune and we did Bayshore from Park, not Bayshore. We did Lejeune and Boguesound Drive from 24 to Park Avenue, and I have noticed an improvement in those culverts, absolutely. And like I said, there's a couple little hotspot areas I want to just be able to get that truck in there to help clean out some troubled areas that I know right now that I have.
So the private roads that we have in our town, if there's a problem with culverts, is that something that we could do? I see there's a whole list of private roads here. If they got like an issue, could that be something?
Yeah, I would obviously just need to go out there and assess the situation and see what we can do to help them out. Anything we can do, we certainly will.
I'll talk to you.
And a lot of sometimes, I mean, it'll take the ultimate thing
device to clean out a culvert or a long pipe is a back truck, but if we could do anything in-house as far as using hand tools, shovels, power washing equipment or anything in general we could come up with, we do in-house.
Yeah.
Caton, Newbern's got a back truck, brand new one. Caton Plumbing,
What is the name?
Caton, Caughtton.
Gotcha.
You can always borrow one, time trial it like you did last.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just for your information, it costs us about $2,200 a day to bring that truck out here, and we just try to do as much as we can in one day with it. So, the question about cleaning out stormwater culverts on the private streets, I mean, ultimately that's a policy decision, I think, by the board and ultimately by me as well. But my approach is that I'm happy to send the truck into private streets and help with those drainage features. You may not agree with that, but I look at it as though those property owners are paying property taxes to the town also. If it came to using POW bill funds, for example, then I would not recommend that for private streets, right? But in terms of stormwater improvements on private streets, I think that's reasonable. But if you all disagree with that, then please tell me that.
I'm all for it because preventing the flow from those culverts may affect other.
That's right.
Yeah. And like you said, it's like in Courtney's, it's in Cape Point. They pay the same, they pay taxes. They pay taxes like everybody else in town. The only benefit that I've ever seen them get is probably police protection. I mean, so I think they're entitled to it. I really do.
Damn, I wish I had a culvert.
Yeah, well, you're a different story.
I might have to dig one.
Well, but honestly, it could be some other stormwater issue too. I mean, it's not just cleaning out a stormwater culvert. I mean, I think we have an obligation to help with those issues anywhere in the town that we can
Just like we
for
did
the reasons that we
Arden Oaks,
discussed.
just like we did Arden Oaks.
That's right.
Stormwater,
Sure.
and so the sooner
We
the
do
better.
get leaf and limb pickup. We get some.
So if you could,
Y'all get that.
the sooner the better.
Yeah, what I would say is if you're aware of issues, please just let us know and we'll try our best to be helpful. Whether it's on Cape Point or any of the other private streets in here.
I want leaf and limb pickup. Cape Point gets it. I said leaf and limb. I want leaf and limb.
You?
Well, we should be picking up from your street, so if
gotta
we're
drag it
neglectful,
to the
please
road
let us
then.
know.
If you're getting in front
gotta
of your
drag
house,
it.
I want.
I've never seen a pile out there.
Well, you know.
Anyway, we're happy to pick it up. So please, if there's. if there
Don't
are
use this
piles
for
out
an
there.
excuse not to do yard work.
Broke a sweat yesterday, brother.
Let me call her.
Here, let me dial for you.
Okay, so unless someone has other thoughts they want to share, we'll plan on the $100,000 and doing 2/3 of Mile Street, and we'll get you a list of the more specific segments in Bay Shore.
Ryan
So,
gets that.
all right, number 15, just to recap on park improvements. I think that actually the contractor should be out there right now on Easy Street doing the bulkhead. He told me he was getting started this morning. I'm going to head out there after this meeting and hopefully he's out there getting that underway. So that hopefully will be done in the next few weeks or so. We included a total of $20,000 in the current year budget for that. This contract is $18,000 on Easy Street. If you want to continue moving forward and do one bulkhead at a park each year, we probably need to plan on somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000. The Easy Street one's a little cheaper, I think, than some of the other locations because it's smaller, lower elevations and a slightly lower amount of frontage there. So, we currently have bulkheads at the Ferry Landing Park, at Bogue Sound Drive. We have one at Manatee, and we'll have one at Easy Street here in a couple of weeks. We still have Bonita, Dolphin, Anita Fort, Holly Lane, and Bay Shore that don't have bulkheads in place. So if you allocated funding next year, we would look to tackle one of those locations going forward. In terms of other improvements to the parks, Public Works, I think, has done a great job improving some of the parks. They did a great job at Bogue Sound Drive Park. Really looks a lot neater. Of course, as you know, we put new high quality picnic tables out at all the parks earlier in this fiscal year, earlier in 24. We are continuing to try to improve the parking areas. We improved the Manatee Street parking area. We added a kayak storage rack there. So gradually chipping away at these things, and Public Works done a great job on all of this stuff. And so you may want to do some more of those things going forward. We've talked about maybe adding some bicycle racks at some of these. Obviously, that's a relatively low cost item. We've talked about improving the landscape in some other locations. And finally, the last thing I wanted to let you know is that the adjacent property owner at the Bayshore Park recently improved the parking area down there and put in some new gravel and a border and really made it look very nice. So we appreciate his efforts. That was Chris Kalt when he was doing the work on his property next door. So with that, if there's other things you want us to consider or pursue, we'll try to keep plugging away on these things as time and funding permits.
Did we ever get the Pettiford Creek Park? Danny spoke at one of our meetings. Did we ever get that fixed for her?
Yeah, we went up there and planted 8 to 10 green giant arborvitae trees that are about 4 feet tall right now. And she was pleased with that.
Okay, good.
Yeah. She actually talked to me after the last meeting and thanked us for that. But she did mention a concern about maybe that floating dock out there. If we could do something about trying to improve that out there as far as aesthetics.
One that's in the ditch.
Yeah, so along those lines, she had shared that concern with me and actually contemplated moving the outermost floating dock from the Pettiford Creek area, maybe over to Ferry Landing Park. And I talked with Mayor Pro Tem Martin about that a few months ago. That's something that I think we could do going forward if you want to pursue that. I know Mayor Pro Tem Martin would like to see a more substantial fishing pier or balcony type thing there as well. So, but anyway, she requested that we move that floating dock, and I told her I was open to that. We would need to get a CAMA permit for that. And so if that's something y'all think we should pursue, I'm happy to do that. If not, we can leave it where it is.
Is that dock something you'd have to take in and out during hurricanes, or is it permanent?
A floating dock, you don't have to take it
The
out.
one that's over there.
It raises up.
Yeah, I don't think we've removed those.
Okay.
You don't need to
or
remove
we
that
need to.
one.
So.
Okay.
The problem is, and I'll say this again in public, the former town manager let somebody persuade him to put the darn thing in a drainage ditch instead of
Where it should be.
where it should be. Big mistake, right, Paxton? Beautiful park, absolutely gorgeous. That one mistake, and I'm getting ready to ask Frank. I've asked you before, and you've had so many other projects about potential small dredging project, just very small, right there.
We can look into that.
Okay.
I have not pursued that, and it's probably going to be challenging from a permitting standpoint and
Or
obviously a
move
cost.
the floating dock where it's supposed to be on the initial plans.
Yeah, so if you want, I could probably pull up the aerial photo.
King's picture, we're good.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly because there's two docks there. We'll make sure
There's
they're
a fixed
on
dock.
the same page.
Yeah, yeah, you pull it up and I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Turn that stuff off of there. So this is the park. Right here. And so there's this feature right here, which is sort of on this little.
It's a drainage ditch.
And then there's another feature out here. So I think most people probably putting kayaks in over here. The resident in this area expressed concerns about the aesthetics of the floating dock located right here. And that's the one that I told her, I'd be happy to consider moving that maybe over to Ferry Landing Park at some point. So anyway, that's what we're talking about. So
The initial project called for that floating dock to be at the end of that T out there in the deeper water, not a drainage ditch.
in this area.
The one on the left is a floating dock that's in a rain drainage ditch from Star Hill Drive, right, Paxton? Somewhere up in there. There's deeper water out there.
But what you're saying this feature, in your opinion, should have been out here. It was supposed to be out here.
That's what it was supposed to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, understood.
Yeah.
Originally.
And it would have been, I went on vacation, I came back and I drive in there, I'm like, what the hell? Why did he put it over here?
So I think, again, we could consider moving this feature over to here, and that may address that concern, but that may upset the resident who is not pleased with the floating dock that's here right now, if you follow me.
Well, did we adjust our permits when we decided to adjust that? Or are we in violation of our CAMA permit by having it in the wrong place?
You can forget CAMA doing anything. The next door neighbor over there put in a dock without a CAMA permit. The CAMA never done anything to it.
I was not here when that happened, but I assume that we're fully compliant, although I don't know for sure.
You know what they say about a suit, Frank?
Is that Pelletier? Or is that Pelletier?
No, that's a
That's a Cape Carteret?
Chairs on that past a few hundred
Okay.
yards up that way. Past, the creek.
I mean, would y'all like me to investigate potentially relocating that over here? I'm happy to investigate the dredging also.
Well, I
It's just
mean,
that's a lot more expensive.
The easiest thing to do would be to just dredge a little bit right in there and leave it where it's at, just as long as you can get where your arrow is. Because that's
Low tide, that's dry ground.
Yeah, because that's the outlet where your arrow is now to go to Pettiford Creek, Frank.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only problem is they put it in the wrong area. It's a drainage ditch. It's not deep water, and that said, on the end of the dock's not that deep, but it's certainly a lot deeper, plenty deep enough for a kayak. But that floating dock's on dry land a lot.
Mud.
I'd be happy to look into that
It
for
was
y'all.
it was a screw up, big time.
It's just the permitting issues get very challenging if you're trying to dredge something that has
Well,
never been dredged in the
reach,
past.
a long reach excavator could do that.
No, I don't
For
disagree.
sure.
I don't disagree with you on that, but in terms, it's very difficult to secure a permit to dredge something that's never been dredged in the
I
past.
understand it's never been
But
tried.
I'm happy to pursue it. So
It's never been tried. I just say the whole project was botched because of that. And that's, people are not gonna put their kayak in and go out to Pettiford Creek and enjoy that beautiful fishing area out there. Probably the number one trout fishing in the county. Number two, okay, and come back and they can't, and they're what's happened here? There's no water here. So,
all right. Well, I'm happy to look into that and I'll report back.
but getting back to your bulkheads, the town's made great strides doing bulkheads, protecting our shoreline. That's what we're all about here is our shore, our water resources out there.
Is there a particular location that you all
Yes.
think?
I'm getting there. Anita Fort Pier is probably the most used pier I know in Old Cape Carteret. And if you look at it, it's extremely difficult to park anyway because of the beautiful live oaks, which we don't ever want to touch those. But if you look at it, we're losing shore. And once you lose it out, Paxton, everybody's got waterfront. No, you can't get it back.
Sure.
You can't put a bulkhead 20 feet out there and backfill it. So, but yeah, that to me, Anita Ford, it should be the next one in line.
I think out of all the places in Cape Carteret, that's like one of my favorite places in Cape Carteret. Take my kids there and just be able to throw a line in the water. We could sit there for hours. That's one of my favorite places in Cape Carteret.
And
Sit there with my boys.
And there's some deeper water there. You got a chance of actually being successful.
Oh yeah.
catching the fish.
I mean, there's times when we can reel in a fish back to back.
You see any manatee there?
Not. I've seen one, but not often.
They come up
It's
to
starting
the
to
near
load
beach.
worse though, because I'm down there almost every day.
But you're right. Those live oaks.
You're starting to see the fill where it's
Yeah.
filled in.
Yeah, we can't afford to lose. We can't afford to lose a foot on our parks.
Oh, yeah.
And I would say the next year, the Bayshore Pier is getting pretty bad too. But that's the year down the road. But
At least we're addressing it. That's something I felt has been sort of ignored.
I wish we would have done it years ago, but that
So what were you saying? What was your recommendation to do at the
Ferry Landing,
No, at the Anita Ford Pier.
put a bulkhead
Okay, yeah, okay. I would
to save the property.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you're right, it is inching
Oh, yeah.
inland.
I don't know if there's bulkheads on the adjoining properties or adjoining property. Is that Denny's land there?
That's the ears of Harry Brooks.
Is there a bulkhead there on that property?
No.
Okay.
No.
There's nothing on either
On
side.
either side.
Well, maybe that will start interest in bulkheading. I don't know. I mean, it just
Yeah,
makes more
just
sense to
consider-
me.
there's an
If you
existing-
buy waterfront property, you want to take care of it. You don't want to see it washing away.
Raise up the existing concrete walkway to get your full depending on how high you build your wall.
Yeah, that's the
Which
thing.
might be an
is that-
additional cost for that bulkhead than just, building one that doesn't have an existing pier. You got to just keep that in mind.
Right.
I know, I want to point out one more thing too, Frank, about, you were asking about a little pier extension. You and I've talked about it for a couple of years at Ferry Landing. I'll say, had I been on the board, that Bayshore Pier would have never been built. It's only a foot of water, maybe 2 foot at the most. I mean, it's nice to be able to walk, sit down, but as far as using it and fishing, it's useless. That Bayshore Pier is useless. But I would like to see just not a pier, just a step down from the end of Ferry Landing to maybe a 6 foot wide little apron there, just so you can sit down there and access some deeper water maybe.
Are you thinking of like a fixed feature or a floating fixture?
Well, I mean, it'd make more practicality to use what we already have if it comes to that. Okay. Yeah, I have, certainly you'd have to sink a pylon out there to fix the, and you'd have to build something at the bulkhead to attach the floating dock. Then you would have to put a pylon out there for when the water rises. And
Can you speak to that? Yeah, absolutely.
right there, you're getting close.
That's us. We own basically everything within this fence line and all the way.
Right
down
there.
to this whole frontage. So you're thinking somewhere in this general
Yeah,
area?
right there. Just a little step down. Sure. That's all. I mean, if it's not feasible or put the floating dock there or whatever, but it just accesses some deeper water. You see the pier over here there's no water there. You can see the bottom right there.
Yeah.
And, they won't, I don't know about dredging, Paxton, but I do remember when we asked to attach a simple kayak launch to that pier, we were denied because of subaquatic grasses. You recall that? And you can see it on the map there. That's what it is there. So the pier, in my opinion, should have never been built. It's built. It's just a way to go sit somewhere, but that's before we got the Ferry Landing Pier park. But
Yeah, just since we're right here, I mentioned to you at the board meeting a couple weeks ago, there's a piling in this pier. It's probably right about where my cursor is right now. That it's just completely eaten through. I don't think it's a safety hazard, but Brian and I are on it. We'll get it fixed.
Well,
I don't think it's a big deal cost-wise or level of effort-wise. So.
I will say this too, Paxton. When we had the dredging done, I had it out. The dredger was going to dredge at the very end of the pier for us, but they tore our streets up in Bayshore so bad. And when they finished the county project, they continued to use Bayshore roads and tear them up even further, doing private dredging. You recall that? Mm-hmm. So I said something to the dredger. I called a former commissioner, county commissioner. I said, county project's over, we'll get your stuff out of here and fix the roads. And I did. I was madder than the wet setting in. And so the dredger got mad because he had to incur the expense to fix our roads that he tore up and paid Lejeune all the way. And the shore protection officers at that time said a dredging project turned into a paving project. Well, we didn't ask for our roads to get torn up. But anyway, the free dredging that he agreed to do got mad and pulled out. So, but
Well, he left a lot undone on our side.
well, I think you can, to better utilize that pier at some point in time, a future board may want to consider applying for a dredging permit.
Never did.
I know that, but that's why I included you in the conversation, because you're just right over here.
You're only right across the way.
Which, by the way, we have 3 boat ramps in Bayshore now. We don't need another one.
3.
Jackson has one. Chris Colt's putting one in. The Bayshore group has one. That's 3.
But you have more pull than I do. The county would not give me a penny, and they completely destroyed my boat ramp,
They destroyed everything over there.
which I have had to put back. while I can get the permits, I put it back at a cost of over $100,000 out of my pocket.
Yep. It cost that man $165,000 to pave Lejeune. And they had culverts on there, they were completely crushed. And they were gonna pull out and leave our neighborhood like that. But anyway, I just thought I'd throw that bit of history out to you guys that's gonna be around here a lot longer than I am.
Because of the eelgrass, had the dredgers done that, he would have been absolutely in violation of every common tenant that exists.
Exactly. He claimed he had a permit.
You cannot get a permit to dredge.
I never saw it, so I'll just say that.
But because my father dredged the ferry basin after the state dredged it, I dredged it in 2014. And just to go on your Bedford Creek,
Yeah.
my father dredged the entire waterfront of Star Hill
Mm-hmm.
with a 22 BQ Cyrus area in the 60s. So it is man-made.
That's exactly right.
You can possibly get a permit there.
Well, see there, it's man-made.
Yeah.
It's a man-made canal. It's not a
Which one?
Pettiford Creek.
Pettiford, okay. It is man-made?
It is man-improved and
Okay.
drag loaded in the 60s.
Okay. I'm happy to.
Just
inquire
like
about it.
the canal you see for going between town's ferry landing and Bay Shore, that's man-made. The town owns all the way to the middle of that canal, is that correct? And then then the one going to Bay Shore Boat Ramp. I think the town's in the middle, and then Bay Shore 9 owns it to the middle too. Well, it did when we bought it from John, when I bought it, or had that group.
I mean, that's where the old ferry
Yeah,
came in and out of
yeah.
there, right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
clearly manipulated.
Just more for historical values for the people that's going to be around here a lot longer than I am. So.
Are there other things that you all think we should be working toward at the parks? Other improvements or amenities you'd like to see there?
I think we need to put $10,000 in there like we always have for park maintenance.
Yeah, and I've included that in the projection.
You did?
So, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. So
So you sent out an email about a playground or something? Is this the part that was in that email?
yeah,
recently?
I just
Okay.
received that
It
email the
was?
other day, and he
Okay.
was just asking if we could add playground
I just
equipment.
want to make sure that was.
Let me explain to you, Courtney, why we haven't done that. And Paxton will test this fact. Every time we get a significant nor'easter or hurricane, and Minnie can attest to the fact too, she parked her car out there during Florence. There's 3 foot of water in that in that park. And even the tables will have to be removed in the event of a storm coming, because it's like 3 foot of water rushes across that point down there.
I get it. I just want to make sure it was the right part.
So I don't think it's the right park to
Right.
permanently put something like that
I
in there.
agree.
Yeah.
But that's
Just
where
wanted
he
to
was
make
talking
sure that
about.
was what he was talking about.
It's a good idea. And a lot of people's thought about it. It's a beautiful place.
You got to be careful what you put out there too, because they change the rules on what you can do. Even the consistency of the mulch or whatever you have under a swing set changes almost every year. And the liability aspect as well.
So number 16, as you all know, we budgeted and spent about $11,000 last year for a new Christmas tree that we placed in front of 204 WB McLean Drive this past Christmas holiday, and actually had a nice little event with the Girl Scouts out there when we turned the lights on. And so I think that was a nice improvement. I just wanted to give you guys a chance to talk about any other desired Christmas tree improvements. I know one of the suggestions I heard was maybe we should put that tree back out at the 2458 intersection, and we certainly can do that, or really put it anywhere that you all think might be a better place for it. And if there are other improvements you'd like us to make, I'm happy to do that. That tree, again, was 18 feet tall, and it cost us a little less than $11,000. Each one of the lighted ornaments that we have on the poles, Ryan and his guys do a great job maintaining those and keeping them functional. If we wanted to add any in other locations, you should probably plan on anywhere from, say, $700 to $1,000 a piece for additional ornaments that light up in those locations. Depends on whether the pole's already there and if we have to drop an electrical connection or not, but that's basically the cost, $700 to $1,000.
Well, Ron and I are the wrong ones to ask about Christmas decorations, so we did awesome job this year. But I think, we have to kind of separate our wants and our needs, and we have a lot of needs. So I would think, maybe skipping this year and working on our trail, our multi-use trail is probably better use of our money right now.
Understood.
I get it. I got the tree.
I
got the
agree, I
tree.
agree with,
I got the tree.
Miss Santa.
Just go to Ryan's house, Miles.
They're all relieved that you said that.
I know. I knew that.
I would love to update some of those.
I mean,
Those decorations are so,
if I had a budget, it'd be about 250,000. We would really.
we know that.
Spruce it up, but.
We know that, especially when Cedar Point's out.
And I,
So as far as location though, from a public works standpoint, was there a difference for you as far as more of a challenge where it's at now versus?
No, I mean, if I was gonna set it up, I mean, another spot like we discussed, maybe something more at the intersection, just more as a welcome to Cape Carteret,
it's pretty heavy, right? So
Oh, yeah,
Minimize.
once you get that secured, it's not going
you
anywhere.
think that's a good height?
What's that?
You think it's a good height?
Yeah, and the cool thing about that tree is you could always, if you wanted to go bigger, you could buy another base for it. You
Yeah,
could go as high
that's
as,
what- that's cool about
40,
that tree.
50 feet if you really wanted to. But as far as Christmas, if we are gonna make any smaller improvements, I know all of our lights that we have, they're all incandescent. If we wanted to say, order all LED bulbs, that would be, they wouldn't burn out. I mean, they have a longer life. You could still use the same sockets, but just change out the bulbs in them.
Can you
which
get a
I think
price
would be
on
good.
that
Yeah, absolutely.
for the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. That'd be a lot brighter too, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you could get them in different,
Yeah, you get
Degrees.
different
Yeah.
balloon
Or I mean, you got
colors.
your warm white, cool white. I try to keep them that. I mean, it's up to you guys, but that warm white feel to them instead of that, what's it called? Cool white. A couple.
Like dingy.
Yeah.
Okay, so not the year for Christmas decoration improvements, maybe some lighting improvements. We'll get you that information. So, number 17, we talked a little bit about stormwater before. The good news is I think we've done a lot of nice improvements over the last few years or so, and we are nearly done. I know I'm starting to sound like a broken record on that, but we're simply waiting on Sunland to mobilize and do the Dolphin Street improvements. And they've had some staffing turnover here lately that's affected that. They may literally be out there today. I'm not sure. We were told that they were going to be starting any day soon, but we've heard that before. So that will be done shortly. Loma Linda will be done shortly. Ryan's got a plan for that with Public Works staff. And as I said, we're basically depleted all of those funds. I listed in the written materials some of the locations that we're still working on. All of these can be addressed by Public Works at relatively minimal expense as part of just their normal operations. We're looking at clearing out pipes near Bayshore Drive and Hunting Bay Drive. We're going to tidy up the ditches at the end of Easy Street as part of the project for the bulkhead here probably in the next few weeks or month or so. We're looking at a location on Park Avenue between Live Oak and Bayshore. Dolphin Street near the community park. We've had some concerns expressed about the ditch system right here behind Community Park on both sides of Dolphin Street. We may clean that out at some point. Pine Lake Drive near the golf course crossing, some issues up there. And then also Fairway Lane, the northern segment of that. And the good news is, and I realize this is all subjective, but relatively speaking, these are all relatively minor concerns, but we haven't forgot folks who've expressed concerns about these, and we'll work on them as time permits, none of which are significant expense. It's just a matter of scheduling the guys to go out there and do that. And if you know of other locations, I mean, we're really happy to help, and Ryan and his guys have done a great job addressing those concerns.
The road across from the boat ramp. What's that one little road where you can back in and out with your trailer? It's right where the boat ramp is.
Bogue Drive, I think it
Lane.
is. Bogue Lane.
So the Weeks house right there
Yes.
that has all the rocks and the cattails in it.
Okay.
Is that town? Does the town take care of that, or does the private property
Yeah,
owner?
we do have the right to maintain it over there. I kind of worked with him hand in hand. He likes the cattails sometimes,
Oh,
so
okay,
we left them
okay.
up. But with our new excavator and our mower on it, I did go down there this year and
Okay.
completely cleaned it out.
So right beside the boat ramp, there's a lot of like brush and stuff right beside it.
Yeah.
on the left-hand side? Does that have to stay there? Is that like a,
No, I just didn't really see any need to
okay,
clean it up. I thought it maybe helped stabilize the hill there where there's not a
Okay.
bulkhead segment there, but I
Okay.
have thought about it. We have cleaned out a north side of it around there. But we certainly can look into it.
I
If we
just,
want to just clean it up, have a cleaner look, certainly.
yeah, I'm just kind of making observations.
Yeah,
If it stabilizes, just leave it.
right.
Use your best judgment.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be glad to take a look at it.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that when we received our COVID funds from the government and redirected them to be used for stormwater was the biggest thing the town's ever did. The most important thing the town's ever did. It helped out a significant number of people. Rather than just throwing the money away, it was stretched. A lot of it due to Frank and Ryan's ability to get things done a lot cheaper. It was a great thing. I've only got one issue, Ryan, and I get complaints about it all the time, and it's coming in on Bay Shore. That culvert pipe where you got the curbing there that constantly gets run over. You know, it's a little curve there. Is there any way to extend right there at Chris Calt's house?
Yeah.
Is there any way to extend, put a section of culvert pipe, I guess, to the west there, make that curve a little bit less, a little wider and a little less dramatic?
You talking about on the,
Where the curving, the yellow curving's at, in front of Chris Calt's on Bay Shore. Go up to 24, or Hunting Bay area there.
Okay, that's right. This area right here.
Is that where the curbing? Yeah, where the curbing's at. It gets real narrow there, and people are running over that curbing.
This stuff right here, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the concrete.
Okay, and so the.
If you meet somebody coming with a truck, you're going to have to stop. You can't.
so I just want to make sure I'm following you.
Yeah.
Are you saying that you'd
Just
like
widen
to
that area a little bit.
extend the widen the street?
Yeah, I mean,
Widen the street or extend the curbing?
it don't. No, the curbing don't need to be. If we widen it, the curbing should be gone.
Okay, all right, understood. Okay.
If you
So
extend,
that's all the curbing that's there is those two.
it's on both sides of the road. Yeah.
So you would like to see the curbing removed and then the road widened so that it's easier for two
I don't
cars to pass
understand.
in that area?
That's the only road I've ever seen with curbing in the road, is what I'm saying. It narrows down.
Unless that was to direct the water, I don't think I could.
You know, we got a similar situation like that on Star Hill, right in,
And that's before you
Yes.
came, right, Ryan?
Yeah, well, I
Makes
didn't have
no
it.
sense to me.
Yeah, it's been there since I've been here, sure.
Well, if you're pulling a boat and you meet somebody,
You're in trouble, yeah.
you'll,
Or if you meet a truck with construction or a dump truck or something like that.
yeah.
Any other places on the road, you're good, but right there, you're gonna hit that curbing. You're going,
Makes no sense to just have that little section of curbing.
So again, I just
that was a weird.
I just want to make sure
I don't know
I'm
why
on
they did that. It's
The only
crazy.
thing I figured is unless they were trying to divert
They were
the
trying
water
to-
from the road to not
trying to get
go
water
in.
into that.
I wish I knew more about I just got vague memories. It's not been that long since they did that. No, not that catch, the basin there, the drainage basin. All that was redone.
So the main concern is it's just a little tight for vehicles
Oh, it's
passing
very
in that
tight.
area. Okay. All right,
You just can
take a
look at it,
So,
just the
okay.
thought.
Okay.
Of course, my Jeep tires do hang out a little bit further, so, but I mean, anybody, if you meet a boat or a big truck, you're gonna have to stop.
Anything else on stormwater? Are there other areas in town that maybe we're just not aware of that need some attention?
Someone mentioned me on Holly Lane. You might know about it when you're turning on the Holly Lane from the north side, not
Mhm.
there's I guess a washed out area or something, a drop off.
Big pothole.
Oh, it's a pothole.
It's a washed
So,
out area.
I hadn't seen it, so I'm,
Okay, yeah, we'll gladly take a look at it. We just did some work on Holly Lane probably within the last month, or
okay.
this month we did. There's two drop-in culverts on in the
Oh.
middle of Holly Lane. We had a minor sinkhole there that we addressed.
Okay, maybe
But,
we'll take care of it then.
If it's up on Northern, we'll gladly take a look and
Okay.
do our best to fix it.
All right, number 18, really wanted to give Ryan an opportunity to talk with you about the equipment in the Public Works Department, and I've included a list of all of our vehicles and heavy equipment and small equipment in the department, and that's included behind tab number 18. Generally speaking, our stuff is in pretty good shape. There are no glaring problems that we're aware of at this point in time. Obviously, there will come a day when some of these things will need to be replaced. Fortunately, I don't think it's necessary this year, but somewhere down the road. There's a couple of items that Ryan had noted that might be helpful to the department. One is a ride-on blower device. That's about $13,000, and then also a small dump trailer. That's about $10,000. So, Ryan, I'll let you talk a little bit more about that, and then any questions, happy to help.
Sure, yeah, I know, like Frank said, overall, we're in pretty good shape with our equipment, with the fleet that we have. If we were gonna have a wish list of what we could need right now, that would help, staff and have everything looking better around town as we finish this trail, it'd be a ride-on blower to help maintain the trail, blowing off all debris. We're using it after storms to blow off all right-of-ways and streets. Basically like a stand-on mower, but it has a huge blower attachment on the front of it, and it has a whole 180 direction on it. And another piece of equipment that we use all the time, we currently have a dump trailer, and it was from the history that I got, the PD confiscated it probably around 10 years ago, and it is just very worn and pretty beat down now. It's starting to rust apart. And that's another piece of equipment that we frequently use all the time, especially with cleaning out ditches or if we're doing any handwork, having to shovel stuff in the back. It's kind of lower profile, dumping stuff in with our smaller tractor that we have, Bobcat in general, going to fill potholes in, rocks, dirt, hauling anything with it. Those would be the two pieces of equipment that would be very useful to our department. In the ride-on blower, we have an estimate around $12,500 or $13,000. I might be able to see if we can get a government discount on it. And dump trailer, $10,000 would probably be at the high end of it. I was starting to look around the other day, I get anywhere between $6,000 and $8,000 for something that we could be very useful with. And something to think about in the future too, we currently have, for all our pothole and asphalt work, we have Emerald Isle's old asphalt hopper that we use, and that thing is around 20 to 25 years old, and it's sitting on the beach over there for 15 years. So it's pretty rusted out for all of our bigger asphalt jobs that we use. I wouldn't say that's something we need immediately, but something to look at in the future for all of our asphalt work. And just smaller tools, we just need our regular hand tools that are just your everyday workable tools. Is always be something that we're going to be switching out, just wear and tear. But overall, we're in good shape with our equipment.
And they don't make things like they used to, so it seems like they wear out quicker.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, there's nothing worse than asking somebody to do a job without the proper tools. That's a fact. On that asphalt hopper, how much does one of those cost? Or are better used ones available?
Yeah, we could get away because it's not something you use all the time. If we had a better one, we could do it more frequently and safer ultimately, because the hinges on the other one, they're worn down.
I remember it sitting there. I went over when Artie was over there at Emerald Isle. I looked at that thing, and it's been sitting there forever then.
Yeah, but off the top of my head, it's going to be anywhere between $15,000 to $30,000 for an asphalt hopper, something like that.
Are you sure on your estimate on this ride-on blower? Are you a little low on that, maybe?
No, around 30. I got it priced last year over at Eastern Outdoor Power. They got the model and make that I think would be best. It's a Skag.
Yeah, Skag.
Windstorm is what it's called. And the cool thing about that one is you could ride on it, and it has that whole 180. You could deflect. You can 180 and up and down, so you could operate it in any direction. Instead, a lot of the ones are stationary on the right side. You can just deflect up and down. And I spoke with Emerald Isle Parks and Recreation, Scott, the Skag Windstorm, and they're pretty satisfied with it. They said we could test it out if we wanted to.
Skag
we actually went there and turned it on in the parking lot. Thing's very powerful.
Well,
we could even clean our curbs out with it. We got the street sweeping, but say something we could have the truck riding with our four ways on, the person riding in the front, blowing out the streets. and the path and all the right of ways really help keep our 24 corridor looking
Yeah.
better.
No flat tires.
What sticks out too in my mind, I'm sorry, what sticks out too in my mind too, Ryan, is the two X marks we bought for Public Works in 2018. Are they still in that great shape?
You know, we do take good care of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
That's
got
a long
around
time for a mower.
600, around 700 hours on both of them. We really like them. It's definitely going to be something that's on, our turnover that's going to be here.
What's the
soon.
lifespan hour wise on those things?
I don't know what the lifespan hours on it, but I know we're in good shape right now.
You're in good shape?
Something that I know we use them all the time in the growing season. It'll be something that we need to look for. I don't think this year, but certainly the next year or two, we should definitely look at our mower.
One thing I'd like to mention too, Ryan, is you want a blower for the trail. I've often thought about it, what the edge of the trail would look so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have one of those now?
No, I've been it's a tricky piece of equipment to see what you can get that's going to be the most effective to edge a trail. A lot of times we edge it either with just your weed eater or your stick edger in certain spots. But I'm trying to look into certain kinds of equipment. They even make something that could ride on the side of the John Deere Gator that we have.
Attachment. I saw those.
That you could edge the sides of the trail. But a lot of times we take them with a weed eater, or last year we bought a back sprayer that we put in the back of the Gator and have a battery to it. We basically just round up the edges of the trail the best we can.
Frank, do you foresee in the current budget being $13,000 to buy that blower now instead of putting it in the next budget? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, potentially. I looked real hard at doing that last year and just didn't quite feel comfortable. We can look at that again, and there may be some excess funds this year we can put towards something like that. So.
Well, I agree with Ryan. I think maintaining the trail and aesthetics of the trail is very important. And I think, you don't have the tools to do the job. It just makes life miserable. We've always accommodated Public Works over the years. People ought to have seen it back 2017, 2018.
Well, especially
wasn't it, Paxton? Right. A shovel and a rake is about all they had.
Especially until some of that vegetation gets established, as the new sections, you're going to be probably blowing a lot of sand off of them.
Right.
So having a blower would be nice. I could see that.
Are we contemplating somewhere in the near future to get rid of that classic 1998 Firmac backhoe that's got a ton of hours?
In the long term, yes. But ever since we got that excavator on hand, anything that you can pretty much use the backhoe for as far as excavating, I much rather use that excavator.
Well, when I see that thing driving around with two guys in there,
I don't like that. That bothers me.
I'm very nervous.
That's an accident waiting for a place to happen. I said it last budget.
We're comfortable with using it. It's easy. I mean, our guys, they don't mind it. It's designed to do that.
Okay.
Well, I'll say this for the historical value of it. In 2018 or 19, I had the board convinced to buy a new backhoe. We had it bought.
I know.
Okay. I'm not going to mention any names, but the deal, we would have had a new backhoe.
I know.
Having a Russian made that was from Russia, Belarus or somewhere in Burma. Yeah, it's a challenge to get parts and stuff for one, I'm sure, anyway. So.
I mean, well, the backhoe, honestly, we have a combination of the.
Yeah.
We got the combination.
Nice no Caterpillar picked out already. The board that was funded, and then
The only thing I'd suggest, Ryan, is I noticed working in Newport during the last couple of snowstorms, a couple of their public, and I know it's a northern thing, have snowplow attachments.
Mm-hmm.
If we do a new pickup truck, I know attachment wise, the hydraulics come from the factory.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not a deal breaker, could we possibly pursue that only to keep our roads clear if we ever get another one of those 100-year storms?
Yeah, absolutely.
Charlie, you wouldn't believe the amount of snow they Plowed in Newport was amazing.
Well, I know,
That
but
thing
in
can
my
sit there
opinion,
and
that
rust.
is
It rusts.
way
before we ever
down the
use it.
list of priorities.
I
Because,
just,
I mean, look, I watch people shoveling their driveways. And why? We're gonna spend all this money and energy that's gonna be melted by tomorrow. I mean, it's really, in my opinion, not a big deal. Not to mention the fact that it's gonna put a lot more wear and tear on our roads every time we use it. But from a priority standpoint, I mean, it'd be great, it'd be nice to have if we had unlimited funds. But from a priority standpoint,
I'm with you.
I just don't see that we're gonna get our bang for our buck out of something like that, because it's gonna sit for 7 years, 6, 7 years at a time
Easy.
and have no use whatsoever.
And then again, you don't have staff that does it regularly enough. I mean, just go up here to Newport, where we did a little bit of
Yeah, dig up
there,
the
and it's
asphalt.
full record and all the hell.
Tear up the truck
So, I
too.
mean, I think it's a fine idea, but I just don't, from a priority perspective, in my opinion, I don't.
It was a multi-use tool,
Well, then you hook up to it and the hydraulics won't work.
No, I just, because of our, I mean, our climate is, if we have these storms, it goes away in 2 or 3 days. It's not.
If it got that bad, we could just go into a contract with the state, because that's what they do, where they contract with others that have plows and just have them come in and do it for
And
us.
even as bad as they were.
If we get to that point,
I
it'd be
drove all
cheaper
over. the place.
Yeah.
to do it that way.
We used to contract our mowing out around here. Remember that, Paxton?
Yeah, and again, I think that's a good idea. If we had something so bad one year that we needed to contract it out.
Call state of emergency and get the DOT coming.
I learned something today.
Very good. So number 19, wanted to give Chief Silva a chance to talk to you about a potential additional police officer at some point in the future. So Brian, I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, so I've got a couple of goals that I established when I came here, and the board has been very receptive to our needs at the police department. Some of those goals that I put in place was a 2-minute goal for priority call response. We are making that goal currently. We have an overall 4-minute response time average. Last month's overall response time average was like 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So we're under that 4-minute goal. I believe we've increased our high visibility patrols throughout town. That was another goal of mine. And we're doing this, and a lot of this is for what the board did last year by giving us that SRO position and putting that mid shift in. So we have a day shift, a mid shift, and a night shift. And what we're doing is we're playing the odds of when we're going to get the best calls or the most calls through our call volume, where our priority calls usually come in. And doing that, we've achieved a fairly well response time. And I think what we're doing is clearly more visible than we were doing before, just patrol-wise, proactive-wise. We have a part-timer that works on the weekends. He works Fridays and Saturdays when he can. He has 2 other part-time jobs, but he is looking for a full-time law enforcement officer job. So we may be losing him here shortly. But that position, Friday and Saturday night, to have just that extra person, it has been a lifesaver and a game changer as far as catching stuff and backing the other guys up on calls. So, I mean, one of my other goals was obviously to improve officer safety, and then how we follow through on responding to calls. So a lot of these guys had been trained just to respond to the call, take the report, and then it's over. And it's not. There's follow-up. There's a lot of administrative paperwork that goes along with being a law enforcement officer. For a DWI, you're looking at 4 to 5 hours of administrative paperwork. You're looking at 5 or 6 hours of being down. So if we only have one officer working, or somebody is out sick, one officer is working, takes somebody to jail for DWI, then the town doesn't have coverage. So what I'm looking at is to try to come up with a creative way to have adequate coverage for the residents, for officer safety, to maintain that level of high visibility, and to keep those priority calls to 2 minutes. So where if our guy is at the jail with a DWI, next officer working would be able to respond to that priority call within 2 minutes and get on scene. We are well above the national average on call response times. So that's kind of my idea for putting in this position. But this position that I'm kind of recommended would also serve where if we're full staff, they'll work that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, weekend shift when we're most busy. But if we have a vacancy during the week, we could adjust. That person could be pulled and put in that slot. So we maintain that day shift, mid shift, and night shift capability where we have 3 officers all backing each other up and having that overlap that we need. If it's not something we can do this year, it's something I think we should plan on doing in the future.
Yeah, and I mean, a couple of other thoughts. I mean, one is that there are occasionally grant programs available where they will provide perhaps 100% funding the first year, and then there's a declining percentage that they contribute over the next 3 or 4 years. That may be an opportunity in the future if you all want to consider applying for a grant at some point in time. By the time you get to that 4th year or that 5th year, you're back to covering the full cost of that grant, of that officer, excuse me. So, but that's an option to maybe implement this over time in a more cost-effective way. The net cost of a new officer for us is probably about $58,000 per year. So something to keep in mind.
Did you say 58,000?
About 58. I mean,
That's saying take away all the part-time officer money.
Correct.
What about the vehicle?
Yeah, so I think initially Chief Silva's approach would be to use one of the reserve vehicles for the new officer. Yeah, in the future, there's that cost, no doubt. So
let's call it what it is here. So
yeah, so if
80,000 plus a vehicle.
Yeah, it's I mean, the way the numbers shake out is if you replace the part-time officer with a full-time officer, the net cost is about $58,000. The vehicle's somewhere in the $58,000 range. Also, you could use a reserve vehicle for that, but it's going to catch up to you at some point. So absolutely agree.
Almost, Brian, I will say this, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything. In 2018, the police department had 8 officers. That included the chief and SRO. The first thing the board did in 2018 was remove the manpower down to 7. And it's worked great ever since then. Now you even have the benefit of a full-time officer that we took from the SRO. So what's changed that you need? In my mind, you just recently got a full-time officer.
That's correct. So if I hadn't gotten the SRO this year and say we were at this budget meeting and there hadn't been an SRO, I would be asking for 2. I'm doing it so that.
But in the past, it's worked. Since 2018, it's worked without any complaints. Even the former chief said it when asked every budget cycle, Bill McKinney, it worked. It's been working. So I'm just trying to get it in wrap my mind around what's changed.
I'm trying to push the department towards the future and plan. And when I'm doing that, I'm looking at different aspects of it. I don't know what aspects he looked at, but I look at calls and calls we respond to. So say we go to a call and it's a major traffic incident and it's in the town and we have one guy working. It's extremely hard for that officer to investigate that wreck, do traffic control, and do those other options. So we added those positions. So where we're at now, I think should be our bare minimum. So before, when I got here, the bare minimum was really like 4 officers to cover 24 hours, correct? Mm-hmm. You had 1 on each shift.
Well, we had a chief that worked a shift too.
Well, and I get out and I work a lot.
I know you do. I'm not saying, I'm not being derogatory. I've always been a supporter of the police department, any equipment y'all ever needed and more. But I'm just questioning the fact why you know.
And I think you're going to see an influx of people. We've been seeing that over the past year where we're getting into more stuff. We've answered 5 or 6 domestic violence calls in the last month here that required 2 to 3 officer responses. Now, the good thing is we have Emerald Isle, and I have
you have mutual aid.
I have a mutual aid with Emerald Isle. They came to us the other night. Yeah. They surely did. But I just think going in the future that's something that the board should look at, whether it's this year or not, is adding that position so that we guarantee that we have, or the best we can guarantee we can do, to have 6 or 3 officers on each shift. 6 is our bare minimum patrol schedule. Did that answer?
Well, I realize we're in a lot better shape financially now than we were in 2018, but at the same point, we don't want to overstaff a department, but I'd be willing to listen to, once Frank gets a budget together, to kind of look at it again at the next budget meeting, because you're quoting $53,000 simply because we have a car sitting there now, two of them, two spares, by the way. That's
Well,
my-
one the part-time guy uses, and then we have a spare. So if that.
That's going to be
part-time-
my next question in item number, when we start discussing the vehicles, but that would only be for a short time, because he could not have any part-time funding of $20-some thousand. But he would take an officer, it cost us $53,000 now.
Yeah, I think it's probably around $58,000 is the net cost. Might be a little bit less depending on how much equipment and supplies we shift over, but it could be as low as $53,000. It's somewhere in that range, but that's him using a reserve vehicle.
Didn't you, does this money that you got for traffic control, that grant or whatever, does that help out any? I mean,
So that traffic grant, you're talking about the overtime
Yeah.
grant, basically what that will do is next year, because we can't use it this year, it has to go into the 26. If we get that grant in 26, that money is extra duty money, which means they come in and they work their normal shift, and then the state would pay them to come in on their days off, and the state reimburses the town the time and a half for them to come work. So we would be putting more officers on the road, but we're just getting our officers to work overtime, and the state is paying that overtime, and it's specific to traffic enforcement duties.
here's my recommendation. Now that we know the cost involved, can we just not include that in your draft? But we discuss it at the next time, because as we all know, we're looking at different things a few months from now.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Right.
So
I mean,
I would like to just so-called table it. Thank
Yeah,
you
that's
for the
fine.
information, but if we see room, maybe we can visit it again.
yeah, I think in all honesty, as I wrote in the written materials, I mean, it's a tough budget year to try to add an additional officer, but I do think it's important for you to hear directly from Chief Silva
Exactly.
and understand his concerns and ideas going forward. And it might even be more realistic to think about the grant opportunity at some point. You know, those come up, usually once a year. Sometimes a year goes by or whatever. But I guess I really just kind of wanted to gauge from you all what kind of priority this is or not, and also gauge your receptiveness to a future grant application as well. Because I realize it's a significant recurring annual expense.
And I would rather just march forward with a draft budget without including that.
Okay.
And so-called
Chief
table
Sylvia.
and whatnot for right now. But look, I applaud you for coming to the board, because that's information we need to know.
And down the road, that's just something that could happen maybe down the road, I understand.
We don't know that, but
Right.
like Frank just said, it's going to be even tougher budget.
I got a question for you. I know I've asked you this before, like mutual aid for the other towns. Is that,
Our mutual aid is actually for the sheriff's department when they call us to the other towns. So some of the stuff I've worked out with the sheriff,
uh,
and I was actually talked to him last week about mutual aids again. He provides us some pretty in-depth services,
Mhm.
and we provide like mutual aid for calls to service. But so say we had an overdose death, that's going to be very time consuming. We
Right.
don't have the manpower at 7 full-time officers to handle that investigation. You're going to tie 3 of us up. They're willing to take that over 100% if we call and ask. Okay. Major narcotics investigations. We can't do major narcotics investigations. We can do street level narcotics investigations, but major narcotics investigations take time. They're time consuming. They go over months. We just get information. We pass it to them, pass it on to them. They do the major narcotics investigation. So we're getting a lot of stuff from the sheriff's department. If we need assistance on a major case, we can call them. They will assist us on a major case. So when we get called to Cedar Point or Pelletier and they request mutual aid for that, we're really going to those towns as mutual aid to the sheriff's department, because that is who is requesting the mutual aid to those towns. And if we're going there, it's a basic patrol officer function most of the time, is to secure the scene. They sent us to a B&E in progress about 3 weeks ago. We managed to catch the guy breaking into the car at the Holiday Inn. We put him in handcuffs, detained him. They got there, they took over the case, and we came right back. So for that kind of mutual aid benefit, I think mutual aid is very good. They will also come and help the officers. I've worked it out with Emerald Isle. I tell the guys at night, the ones that are working by themselves at night, do not forget that if you get into something, before you get into it, if you think if the little hairs in the back of your neck go up, your spidey senses go up, you just go ahead and call a car from Emerald Isle. We have that worked out.
Has it increased for you guys, mutual aid, for
I
the other
think,
towns? Or is it about the same?
It fluctuates. It's cyclic. Right now, we went over there a couple of times and it's all been domestics, and then the one B&E. Those were all pretty serious domestics. And then I think we went to EI once, and then EI's been here to help us once. So
You think overdoses are increasing again?
I think we had one, but it really didn't start here. It started in Swansboro. We just happened to stop the car because we thought he was driving while impaired, and it was actually the driver wasn't the overdose. The person in the back seat was the overdose, and they had Narcaned him on the way to the hospital. So that's the only one we have had recently. I think they're going down. They're going down countywide. The statistics say they're going down countywide. So.
If there's a traffic accident 100 yards on the other side of this main intersection in Cedar Point, who directs you to go over there?
That would be Carteret Communications. That mutual aid would be because the county does not do traffic accidents.
Mm-hmm.
The highway patrol does. So when we would go do that, we would get over there. If highway patrol is busy, they may ask us through mutual aid to conduct that.
So every traffic accident in Cedar Point or Bogue or Pelletier
would be a highway patrol mutual aid.
And naturally, the highway patrol is not going to, that's ditch to ditch. Actually, they're not going to be available all the time.
So what we try to do.
Are you seeing the overage use of your department for that? Abuse over?
I don't see it. No, I don't see it as abuse. I see that they're tied up a lot. So one of the times they called us to mutual aid in Cedar Point for one of the wrecks was the day they had the school bus wreck on the other side of the county. So all their guys are tied up on the school bus wreck. I'm not gonna feel like we're overloaded for helping them for a car that has no injuries. It's just a minor fender. Some of the stuff that happens at the intersection is, as long as it's minor, sometimes it benefits us to go ahead and try to take it and to get the cars out of the way.
That's
so we're
what I'm
not
getting at.
backing traffic up this way or that way. So there's some benefits to us just doing that, especially in the summer months when we have a lot of traffic. Does that make sense?
Does it benefit you to do radar in the Bogue district?
We should not be doing radar in the Bogue district.
Or
if somebody's doing radar in the Bogue district, I need to know whose car that was. Now, if they stop a car in our district, run radar in our district, and stop them in Bogue, that's different.
You're setting up, if we have a police car sitting at the median, just past the restaurant, is that Bogue district? Shoot the radar.
Which way is he shooting radar? Back towards town or into Bogue? Because he shoot it both ways. They have dual antennas. So no, he should be shooting radar in this town only. Absolutely.
Just a question.
I will address that.
Okay.
My biggest concern is I don't want to see any officer working alone, especially at nighttime. And if we get to the point here again, this is a massive responsibility in our town to have a police department to begin with. Naturally, it's the most expensive thing we have, but if we do it, I want to do it right. I don't want to see an added detriment to the officer by working alone. So these are things we need to look at going forward as well.
When officers work alone, it's not just the officer's safety for the injury to the safety or the injury to a citizen. Having a second officer there is having a second brain there, right? So somebody might be doing something, that officer might be getting ready to make a decision that he probably shouldn't make, and having that extra setup, that extra person there to say, hey, whoa, slow down. I don't think we need to do it this way, could save us liability wise down the road significantly.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing is probably just not the year financially to be pursuing an additional officer. If we do see a particularly attractive grant opportunity, I'll certainly make you all aware of that. We can talk about that some more at that time. But part of this is I just want you to understand the concerns that Chief Silva has and have a chance to hear those things and have a dialogue about it. But I fully recognize it's tough to make that happen this year. So if anybody disagrees with what I just said, please tell me that.
No, if we can get a grant, like you say, that does the 100% begin with, that gives us a year to look at funding to add that as we need it.
what does a good year look like too at this? I mean, I don't know when is going to be a good opportunity. I'm not saying we need to add it. I'm just saying I don't know when these are going to look good to add them. You know, I mean, at some point we're going to have to sort of bite the bullet and add some of these things.
Yeah, and
you know, I mean,
I think we have some things we haven't got to yet.
We got a lot good.
That are gonna.
oh, we've got. I mean, we've got a lot of things that we need to get to. I'm just saying that, you know, we're going to have to start putting them down and adding them to it and making
I
it
totally
happen.
agree, kicking the can down the
Yeah.
road serves no purpose.
Yeah.
But at this point,
I don't see it as a dire mercy simply because we just gave him a full-time officer via the SRO.
Right.
So I think waiting another year is not going to hurt anything. I mean,
I applaud him for his presentation. I think it's extremely valuable information for us to contemplate. But like Frank said, it's a trying time, this budget. It's going to get even more trying.
How is that working out, SRO? How the traffic and everything, has that worked out?
So we're doing the afternoon traffic. That's the deal that I set up with Nyberg and ASA, and they do the morning traffic. So in the afternoon, we changed the traffic pattern, as you all have seen with the traffic cones. When one of our officers was almost struck by a drunk driver, that vehicle actually did strike another car that had children in it as it was coming out of the school. So we reworked that. So that's why we blocked that travel lane with 2 vehicles, minimum 1. But if there's 2 guys working, they're going to be up there and they're going to block that traffic lane where that gives the officers an escape route. So if somebody comes into the turn lane, they can go into that lane and use the vehicles as kind of a blocker. And then we can try to keep the traffic flowing consistently on that side of the road. So everything we've heard has been positive from the public about it. I know that there was some change issues and people don't like change sometimes. So, but I think it's going good.
the best thing.
Very good.
Ever does. That said, be careful because we have had officers run over or hit up there.
I don't want to be run over. My goal is not to get run over.
So item number 20, I'll turn it over to Chief Silva in just a moment, but just to recap for everybody, we have 9 vehicles in the police department. 3 of those we own outright, 6 of those we lease. 3 of those, the lease terminates this October of 25, and then 3 more terminate in October of 26. Our lease payments for next budget year are about $38,000. And then again, 3 of those will come off in October and the others will go for another year after that. I think generally the vehicles are in pretty good shape, but we need to start thinking about when we're going to replace police vehicles in the future. I personally don't think we need to do that this coming year, but we absolutely need to be thinking about it for the following year. And obviously, if something changes, if we wreck one or something like that, we'll deal with those kinds of issues accordingly. But I'll let Chief Silva talk to you a little bit more about his thoughts on the vehicles, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So my thoughts on the current fleet that we have 9 vehicles in that current fleet. 7 are assigned to full-time patrol officers. 1 is technically a spare, and 1 is the part-time officer vehicle that he comes in and uses and can be used as a spare. I'm not a big fan of Chargers, not a big fan of patrol cars. We had started cycling out everything that we had from sedans to SUVs and to trucks. At the last agency I was with, trucks seemed to be the better option. They were more versatile for a lot of the stuff we were doing. They allowed us to put traffic cones in them. If we ended up seizing a bike or you seized a moped from somebody, you didn't have to call a record. You just go ahead and put it in the pickup truck. You got it there. They stored all the equipment we needed them to store. Your rifle rack, your gun rack was accessible. You had plenty of room in the front seat for all your computers, all your equipment. And in the back, you can add a partial cage and still maintain a portion of that rear back seat equipment storage as well. Not to mention the Ford makes a pursuit rated pickup truck, which is one of the better pursuit rated vehicles on the road right now. Price wise and speed wise, That truck, the Ford F-150 Pursuit, would be the one that I would suggest. And if we went with an SUV, I would do which is called the Responder. And then if we went with an SUV, I would suggest we did their little version of the Explorer, which is the Pursuit vehicle that they have there. Some key factors of choosing a police car, whether it's this year or next year. I have the back seats of the vehicles need to be vinyl. And we put a cage in them, we can clean those. We had an incident this year where we had an individual we'll go to contaminate the rear of our patrol car. The problem with some of the cars we have here are the vast majority have cloth seats and carpet. So we had to call ServPro to come in and clean this, and it was just $500 just to get them to come out. So $500 every time somebody does, as many people as we put in these cars, that could be an issue over time. So I think we need to pick our vehicles. They need to be police rated vehicles. They need to be pursuit rated vehicles. We can get those through either the state contract or we can get those through the sheriff's contract. And the prices I gave you are the sheriff's pricing, if there were pricings in there. Ford F-150 is roughly $47,000, and to upfit it completely would be another $11,000. So right around $59,000 for Ford F-150 crew cab, 4-wheel drive, tow package, sprayed in bed liner, everything you need to get going on that. The benefit also that we saw at the last town was when they started getting high miles on them, people started coming around asking when we were going to start offloading those, because you had construction guys and work guys need work trucks. So they're a lot easier to get rid of, and they hold their value a little bit better than a patrol car would. I really do think we need one, at least here, for the high water issues when we have tropical storms and hurricanes. We couldn't get down Sutton Drive last time we had the tropical storm. The only thing that I could get down that end was in the Tahoe. Nothing we have, including the Tahoe, is good getting into the game lands. And I know the game lands technically aren't part of the city limits, but they back up to all of Star Hill and the city limits. So the domestics that we've had up there, we've had individuals walk into those woods to get away from a situation that committed a crime. We've had children walk into those woods, and we're going to have elderly people at some point walk into those woods. And we need to be able to get in them to do rescues or to apprehend people. Just having the versatility to do that would be ideal.
Our location, that just makes too much sense. I don't see us doing a whole lot of high speed.
No,
No,
area.
The Chargers were designed for pursuits on highways.
Yeah.
And we're not an interstate. We're a small town. Our speed limit is now 35 miles an hour. The highest speed limit you have in town would be 45 miles an hour coming down 58, right? So we don't need high-end, high-performance cars like the Charger was designed to do. They don't idle well either. You'll start to get in trouble. So at the mileage we're at, I would go ahead and plan on seeing some significant stuff with lifters and front ends, because that's what I've experienced in the past with the last Chargers we've had. About 55,000 miles is a point where you start hitting and repairing things that you didn't think you were going to be repairing at 55,000.
Chief, I'm glad you brought that up. For historical value, once again, I asked the board years ago to consider buying Ford pickup 4-wheel drive or SUVs. Shot down. Some of the officers didn't want it. They wanted to get out here with these Dodge Chargers, and you can see from one end of the town to the other on 24. We're not a pursuit town, but your needs for the Croatan and for high water, I agree. Absolutely.
And it's sandy around here too, so 4-wheel drive.
So whether
we have lost, I recall one gentleman went into Croatan, and to this day they have not found him.
I have heard about him
years ago. Walked in and never recovered the body or anything. So, or maybe he faked it to get away from his wife.
So ideally, I would like to take one of the cars and swap it for a Ford this year, but I understand money may be an option.
I would like for Frank to look into that and see if there's any room on the budget. That, like Commissioner Watt said earlier, we kicked the can down the road, and we still got a town to run, even though we got a tight budget. We got a town to run, even though we got a reval, we got a town to run. I don't consider that a want. I consider that a need. If it's something that we can look into and bring it back the next budget.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
To get started in that right direction.
Ryan, makes too much sense, chief.
Don't only get that in government, do you?
I apologize, I stepped out for just a moment, but I don't know if you mentioned some of the other equipment issues we've talked about.
Yeah, so as far as patrol equipment and duty equipment, we're starting to look really, really good. Our patrol uniforms, everybody's got a good patrol uniform that's lightweight, that they can wear to court if they needed to go to court. What they are lacking, what they were lacking when I got here, is a Class A formal uniform, so we could attend ceremonies, or if someone passed away, unfortunately, attend a funeral. So I did put in the budget for Frank a request, a proposal, when I presented it to him. We could be about all the full-time officers a Class A formal uniform, which would require that we buy them the leather gear, the hat, the badges, all the stuff necessary to attend a funeral or a proper ceremony and represent our agency if we had to go do that. And I think that's a priority. That's a priority to me. Because when you lose a friend or you lose somebody, you should be able to go attend their funeral and look good and represent the town and agency you're from well. Right now, we don't.
We want our officers looking good, especially.
Right now, we don't have that capability. So that there's a ballistic helmets I can get fairly reasonable. I talked to the upfitter on that. I looked at shields, but I managed to talk to the Big Rock grant, and we had some money left over from the grant after buying our AEDs, and Big Rock went ahead and told us to go ahead and get that equipment. So all the officers will be getting their own small personal clear shield. That clear shield is ballistic rated for pistol ammo, all the way up to 44 Magnum. So it'll come in handy if they had an active shooter situation.
And we hope we never have that, but you've got to be prepared for anything in this today's world.
And then our pepper spray is out of date. So I will kind of I've always been a fan of pepper gel. I don't like the spray. So
we're going to throw it away. Can we try it out on John?
I've got some right here that's cold. Yes, I'll give you some. You can try it out on. So the pepper gel can be used in an environment like this and not cross-contaminate everybody in the room. It just gets the person you're looking at. And then there's another called Pepper Blast. It is a new thing Pepper Balls come out with, and it's basically a stick, and it has a window punch brake on it. So if someone refuses to get out of a car, instead of going in and wrestling with them and getting drugged by the car, you give them their opportunity to get out. When they don't, you pop that little window, you push that thing in there, and you push the button, and it dumps about 4 to 6 pepper balls inside the car, gas-wise, and they're going to come out.
Oh, wow.
Being a former Marine, I know all about the gas chambers and all the stuff that made us endure.
Good memories.
So those would come in handy if somebody barricades in a closet or something in a house as well.
I had to drive a tractor trailer all the way back from Phoenix, Arizona, that I had rented out. A guy decided he wanted to get jacked up on meth and drove 80 miles in the desert with my truck and trailer. Flattened every tire, they threw pepper spray in there. He went to sleep. Went to sleep. They had a standoff on. He had a gun. Anyway, they threw pepper spray in there. I had to drive that thing all the way back from Phoenix, Arizona.
With the windows down.
With the pepper spray. Even the canister was still in the sleeve. I couldn't leave it out there.
So the helmets, the pepper spray, and the Class A uniforms are pretty much the big deal. Everything else is usual paper for the printers, evidence packaging materials, miscellaneous small tools, stuff will break, flashlights, such like that.
How about your age of your cars? Are you raising the maintenance cost on that due to the age, or are you looked into that?
So right now we're getting the state rate tires. So so we can't patch or plug a tire because they're pursuit rated. But we go to Black's. Black's has got a state contract, so they give us the state rate for replacing tires. We get the state oil rate, so that's helping out.
I helped set that contract up, so they give you the state price on it. They're supposed to have spare tires for you.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's all working out good. It's just a matter of not knowing when something's going to go bad, or like before, I've seen the fan shoot through the radiator or something like that on one of them. They'll get really loose.
I'm asking, for the
last year's maintenance cost.
Are you adding anything to your maintenance?
Yes, I added about $5,000 is what I
Okay.
asked him.
And then,
Issue vehicles.
Because we're over budget on it already. Just,
You always have been, every year. Same thing.
I think we had to put a radiator in one.
yeah, so I've plugged in some additional maintenance expense in the projection, and we'll refine that by the time you get the recommended
The
budget.
labor is ridiculous.
And the street sweeping is helping out on Plain Tire.
Thank God.
Hopefully.
It is.
Yeah, so
Don't
one
jinx me.
thing I want to mention, just because Commissioner Watts just mentioned something to me. So like, the pepper balls and things like that, like there's several of those very small items from everybody in the organization. I think we can accommodate those kind of things. I'm just trying to focus on the bigger, more expensive things here, but we can absolutely figure out a way to get the pepper balls. So,
Well, do you have a cost estimate on the dress uniforms?
Be about $1,100 to $1,200 an officer. That's,
about 9,600 for
Yeah,
everybody.
so we're going to do the same thing with ILA, that's more expensive than those. The dress uniforms, that's what I was going to ask. That is a
Clothing.
probably no clothing grant.
You never know, unless you ask.
probably the car wash.
Can we have a bike sale?
We can do a reverse pole dancing. You pay me to keep my clothes on. We'll make money.
Who's gonna be the entertainment?
I have to ask
I
this
got
question.
$20
I've
right
never
now.
asked it. I've never asked
Starting to pot quick.
So for the violations that they find someone with, where does that money go? I know some of it goes to the school for speeding or whatnot.
Yeah, so those kinds of tickets, if you're violating state law, those are not coming to us. They're going off to the state and then distributed. But any civil violations for a town ordinance comes to the town. And we've got that plugged into the revenues for next year, the projection at least.
So every boat ramp ticket.
How much?
Yeah,
you're-
that's right.
So, okay, so
Yeah.
if we asked you year to date, how much you collected, you should be able to tell us.
Yeah, I should be able to tell you. I mean, off the top of my head, we've actually received a fair number of $1,000 payments on those boat ramp citations, and all those funds are programmed into the projections that I've shown you. I want to say that probably around 3,000 or 4,000 so far this year. It's primarily the boat ramp violations. There's not a whole lot else going on.
But all the criminal citations go to the state.
Yeah, speeding tickets, and of course, don't you have the option of giving us speeding ticket for the state or the town ordinance? You
Cannot charge the same thing, cannot charge an ordinance that the state has a
Okay.
charge for already.
Okay.
So like we have actually on the books, like a stop sign ordinance, I think.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
But we can't write that. We have to write the state ticket because that has been ruled.
That's the biggest thing I hear when people complain about our police is the fact, oh, y'all just begin to stop people to get money. I'm like, no, we're not.
Make nothing
You
off
think
of
about the time involved for us to go to Beaufort and back to handle all these situations. So we lose money, really.
That's why we need a magistrate.
I agree. Working.
Yeah, a lot of people tell me,
WebEx has helped some. The WebEx program,
Uh-huh.
being able to get warrants so we don't have to drive all the way up there to swear to a warrant or to talk to the magistrate. We can at least get them on the WebEx and talk to them face to face and swear out the warrants here because the warrant goes in the computer system. So that saves us that trip, saves that gas money. And we are doing that.
Are you planning on, you have that $9,600, are you working on that currently, or you plan on putting that into the?
Yeah, that is not yet plugged into the projection that I shared with you earlier, so that's something that we would need to identify the funding for. I wanted to make you aware of it, and if it's something that you all say, hey, that's a really high priority for us, I'll certainly do my best to try to incorporate that. If you all said, for example, like on the police officer, probably just not the year, then I won't focus on that.
Well, what if we just did like half of the, like, not get everyone a uniform and do like half and half, like the ones that have been here for, like you're gonna be here for a while.
You get those shirts this year.
You know what I mean? Like, so if you've been here a year or you're like established and you're not like your guy, you said is probably looking for a full-time job. We don't want to get him a uniform.
Right, he's not, he's on the part-time. He's not.
So how many uniforms are we realistically could give
Seven.
get by with?
7 would fill up all the full-time guys. And they've all been here a year now or
Okay.
more. Yeah, we don't have any real new one. The newest person would, let's say a name in here. He's been here a year.
Okay.
I might just add one thing. Any of this stuff we're talking about today, if you see a way of doing it during the current budget, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we may be.
Especially when you talk about revenue excess. or-
Yeah, and I mean, we certainly can stagger and break up the cost of some of these things. Like we could certainly do half the people this year and half next year. So we'll look at those kinds of ideas too.
And you're
From a budgetary standpoint, and Chief, please feel free to address this if you'd like to. To me, a truck, or really frankly, in my opinion, get a haul truck. But that is the highest priority in my opinion. Or if we have the ability to do that, their uniforms would be next. And then it's just all through we can do. Again, I don't think we should bring the budget without that.
Understood. No.
I guess what amounts to, would you rather have a truck or uniform?
Yeah. So
I knew the answer to that.
And so I'm certainly will work toward that and try my best to make that work in the numbers. One thing I want to mention to you, so we currently have 6 vehicles under lease, right? Now, I personally am just not a fan of that program. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad program. I just personally don't like that approach. And so, but we certainly could re-up the leases and we could get trucks probably very, very soon, multiple trucks very soon. That's an option. I don't want to pull that off the table just because I don't happen to like it. I mean, we could do that. But the way it's set up, you know, we've got 6 vehicles that we basically bought all at the same time. It makes it really hard because they're all going to have problems at about the same time. I like to try to stagger it and do 1 or 2 vehicles a year going forward and just kind of keep on rotating through. With trucks, I think we should do trucks, right? At least for some of the vehicles going forward. But I just don't want you to neglect that lease idea. If that's something you think makes sense, I just am not a fan of it.
Well, just for historical fact, again, all of those police cars prior to these were bought at one time.
Same day.
They took our hurricane money or our sewer fund and bought $230,000.
It's more than that.
So therefore, we couldn't stagger because we had to replace it.
Understood. And
we didn't have the money to buy, so the only option we had at that time was police. We would be having a police car today.
yeah, and I'm not being critical of anyone before me. You do what you got to do at certain times. Right? So I completely get that. But I just would prefer to maybe just allocate enough money to buy 1 vehicle per year and keep on cycling them through that way. I think that's a better approach. But we'll do our best on the truck. All right. So number 21. And so first off, let me just say that I have absolutely no inclination that we would pursue these with general tax revenues. I really just wanted to throw them out there for you guys to get some initial feedback from you. See what, if any, interest you might have in future grant opportunities to acquire land in the town. And so in your packet behind number 21, I included just aerial photography and some basic information about 3 parcels in the town that I think would be potentially beneficial to the town in the long term. One is, it's actually 2 parcels. It's about 6 acres on Highway 24 across from the Aquatic Center. Talked with some of you in the past who were on the board previously about the town possibly acquiring that. I had some semi-serious discussions with the owner probably a year and a half ago or so. We actually had an appraisal done on that property. It came back at, quite frankly, a ridiculously low number, and we stopped talking about it at that point. But it's 6 acres. It's right on Deer Creek. It's right on the highway. It's currently zoned residential. That may be something that we could secure grant funding for at some point in the future. The other one is there's an 18-acre tract owned by Mrs. Holtz and her family members on Channelview Drive. I've had some just cursory discussions with her about the town possibly acquiring that property at some point in time. That's attractive just because it's pretty much one of the only large parcels remaining in the town. And if that's something you want to pursue. And then finally, there's a parcel right next to Ferry Landing Park at 305 Lejeune Road. It's a little less than ½ an acre. I know the town considered buying that before I arrived here a few years ago. Those are the 3 that may have some value going forward. I don't think any of these are high priority kind of things. They're just things to get you all thinking about in the future. there typically tends to be more grant funding available for water access or conservation purposes. And it's just something I just wanted to mention to you in case you all said, well, we should absolutely pursue that. So I'll stop there and entertain any questions.
That'd be on the very bottom of my list.
Mine too.
And honestly, that's what I anticipated. I just wanted to put it out there.
Yeah, going from needing uniforms and police cars, I just can't. It's tough to discuss.
Understood. Okay. All right. I won't belabor that anymore then. Number 22, again, also probably in that same vein, and certainly not anything pressing. The boat ramp lease expires ultimately in 2031. There's one more renewal period for 5 years that'll come up next year sometime. If you all want to continue to provide some sort of boat ramp amenity beyond 2031, I just tried to outline some different approaches here. Obviously, there's not much land. Obviously, it's all very expensive. Mrs. Holtz has indicated she does not intend to extend the lease on Manatee Street in 2031. So if that's what transpires, we will not have a boat ramp in town for our residents after that date. A couple of things I've thought about. One, I've thought about that 6-acre tract on Deer Creek and Highway 24. You know, if we could secure some grant funding for that and create a boat ramp there, likely to be met with some understandable concern from other waterfront property owners on Deer Creek who probably wouldn't want the additional boat traffic. Yeah, and so, but again, when you got limited options, but that's an option, right? Now, you may not like that one, but it's something that, you know, you could consider. The same thing with the property down at Ferry Landing Park, right? And I know the town talked about that at some point in the past. You could potentially do something there. But again, the neighbors may have concerns about that. You may not want to pursue that. So completely get that. Ms. Holtz owns a large parcel at the end of Live Oak Drive. That would be probably a fairly good location, but it depends on a willing seller and an agreeable price. That's one of the only parcels left that's that large on the water in Cape Carteret. The last thing, and I mentioned this maybe a few months ago, did some research on the various street ends at these parks. And so a boat launching facility is a permitted use under the documents that conveyed those water access parks to the town. That just may be something you want to think about in the future. Obviously, that's a lower cost alternative, not going to be as significant, but may give you an opportunity to address the concerns of people in the community at that time. You know, if nothing else, you could put in a ramp and the people who live within walking distance could put a boat in and then walk back to their house. You could maybe acquire some property nearby, inland, that's cheaper for some parking areas. You could even do some parking on the right-of-ways. Again, you're going to have concerns from the residents in that area. They may not like that, but I'm just trying to give you all some options to think about going forward. So with that, I'll stop and entertain any thoughts or questions.
Well, Ms. Holtz had asked to comment on this in the next one, so I was like to give her an opportunity to do that. Maybe.
Well, I'd rather hear all the comments first.
Okay. All right. Well, it gives us a chance to get a microphone.
Well, we beat this to death over the years. We have. It's been talked to death. I can speak for Bayshore. They don't want another boat ramp. They got 3 in there now, and they're griping about it now. I'm getting an earful now. And the thoughts of, and that this has come up so many times, I'm tired of talking about that little bitty lot down there that Denny Mario owns with a sewer plant on it. Will not, you can't put a boat ramp there. You cannot possibly go down past Minnie Trux's house and back a boat trailer in there without running all over her stuff. It's impossible. It's a quaint little park. It's perfect, but we have 3 boat ramps. My suggestion is, once and for all, go into closed session sometime, discuss, make Paxton Holtz an offer for the Manatee, an offer for the one on Live Oak or whatever. That way we can say we did all we can, whether Ms. Holtz accepts it, but we say we, and right now, have done all we can. We made an offer. But keep in mind, the county's building that huge facility just right past Bogue Airfield. It's going to have 210 parking lots.
260.
It's massive.
Well, there was going to start out at 2. Yeah, maybe they've lowered their expectations. But that said, that is huge. And it's free. So I don't, we have a lease till 2031 from Ms. Holmes' property. I'll say get together, this board here sometime soon, closed session, come up with a price. All of Ms. Holmes, if she refuses, then we say we cannot, we tried. Our hands, you know, and not talk about it anymore.
Sure.
Put it to rest. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
We talk about, as long as I've been on this board, nothing has gotten done.
Understood.
Good with that.
I'm like Frank is about vehicles, about everything regarding a town. I don't like leasing anything. I like us to own everything we have, if possible. And if there are any other comments, I'll let Mrs. Holtz get up. At your leisure, ma'am.
Well, this is gonna be serious. She's coming up to the podium. I'm gonna turn
Well,
around.
I didn't want to trouble Heather.
Sneak attack.
Paxton Holtz. I have always done everything I could for the benefit of Cape Carteret and always will. I promise I will entertain any discussion or offers the town chooses to make. The Manatee Boat Ramp is owned by Manatee Investments Limited Partnership, not me personally. The reason the boat ramp on Live Oak is in my name personally is because I inherited that land. I'm presently engaged in a lawsuit against the town of Cape Carteret because they say, according to an annexation map, which was not recorded or prepared by my father's agent, that the town has a street going all the way down Live Oak to the waterfront. Well, that's just simply not true. I cannot record a map on your property with any validity. The town cannot record a map on my property or formerly my father's property with any validity. So it's not a town street, and that lawsuit grinds on very slowly. But the fact that it's in place will influence any decision. The reason there is a new boat ramp there is that when I offered to let the county and the town use my old boat ramp that I inherited, the old fragile boat ramp built in the 60s, for free, not asking for any rent, any price. They left me with huge piles of fill, which are really a detriment on 2 pieces of my property. And then when I asked the county to replace the boat ramp, which all those dump trucks had destroyed, they didn't give me a penny, not a penny. When I asked the town to help me with bulkhead costs for my land, or Manatee land, which was washing away south of the Manatee boat ramp, I was refused a penny. Oh, we can't spend money on rented land. Well, that's a crock.
I was with you all the way on that.
The day dock was built with town funds, and the day dock ferry didn't provide that anyway. So I will always work with the town, but how the town treats me is always a factor in my decisions. And I certainly understand the town's desire, and I think it's a very valid desire to own the boat ramp. As you say, that's going to hugely take the pressure off us when the new free wildlife ramp is built. And I actually offered the wildlife that Manatee ramp, but was turned down. But anyway, I'm
So
here.
that makes it easier, so at least you're interested.
Well, I will never ignore any overture the town makes to me, ever. Thank you.
Well, I agree with Steve on this one. I think we make an offer on both. I think we make an offer to Mrs. Holtz, and I think we make an offer to Manatee Investments on both properties, and see what we can, and then we've done what we can. So I agree. But we have talked about this a lot, and hopefully at that point we can put whatever past board issues behind us and
Or move up, or move on.
Move on, yeah.
Yeah, we beat it to death.
Yep, indeed.
All right. I will schedule that discussion at some point at a future closed session then.
Sooner the better.
Yeah, thank you. The last item that I have on the agenda is Channelview Drive. I think y'all are probably familiar with this, but just so that I'm being clear with everyone. So if you go down Channelview Drive from 24 down toward the Sound, I'm sure you've seen the island, so to speak, and there's a large tree in the middle of that island. And the southbound lane is on the west side of the tree, the northbound lane is on the east side of the tree. Probably in the last year or so, Piedmont Natural Gas put a new natural gas line in down Channelview Drive, and they simply followed the alignment of the existing road, believing that it was in a town right-of-way. We learned after that it is actually not in a town right-of-way, and that it encroaches onto the large private parcel just to the west right here. So this parcel is owned by Mrs. Holtz and/or her family and partners, and she approached me to see if we could relocate this southbound lane basically further to the east and essentially off of the private parcel. So we secured a quote from Onslow Grading and Paving probably 3 or 4 months ago to essentially just build a new southbound lane on the east side of the tree, basically in this alignment here, marked by purple here. We believed that that was the most cost-effective approach to do that. The other option we looked at was just putting the whole road smack dab in the middle. And so for 2 reasons, I didn't pursue that. One is I'd really like to not cut down the tree if we can avoid it because it's a nice tree. Second, it was going to be more expensive to build 2 new lanes in the middle as opposed to just 1 new lane on the east side of the road here. So that cost estimate came back right around $43,000. And that was just a much bigger number than I had anticipated. Truthfully, I had hoped it would be something that would be manageable and we could potentially include it with the street resurfacing contract that we did back in the fall. Obviously, it was a lot more than I thought. So I just wanted to put that on here for your discussion to see if that's something you'd like to pursue going forward. Realize it's probably not the most urgent issue, but it is important to Mrs. Holtz. And happy to answer any questions you have about it.
Seems pretty urgent to me. We're trespassing.
I would agree, but the road has been in that configuration for many, many years. So
60 years. Yeah, again, kicking the can. I think we get it fixed. Yeah.
So
Because it's just all these things on the list. Let's just get it done.
I would
Whatever
like
we can
to
do.
see, would you say $43,000?
yes.
I would like to see the assessment for what Bay Shore needs. Because we've got paving projects as it is. And, or I know we have paving projects. I know Bay Shore's due for their paving.
Mm-hmm.
But if we don't have the problem, or if we don't have a full set of paving projects over there, this seems like an ideal candidate for that money to be used to fix a long-standing issue.
Well, I can say, as I said earlier, I certainly don't see Bay Shore requiring full knowledge. If that helps. I've got some things in my mind, of course, Ryan has a little, but I know what I feel like needs to be paving. And I don't think it's going to be that great of a paving effort over there this time, but that's just me talking.
Yeah, and that's certainly a good option. You could allocate some portion of the POW bill money next year to go toward this project. It is in the geographic area we were planning on anyway.
So that would be I would like to see this. I mean, our list of stuff to do gets longer and longer every time we kick a can. In this particular case, however long it's been, we're trespassing on private property and we need to fix that.
I guess, do we have the easement for us to move what we're talking about, or do we need to allocate? As far as one to make it widen the existing on the right?
Well, no, we've got room. Well, I mean, these are not exact lines, but it looks like we have room within the easement.
Close.
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts. So one is To the extent that there is a street right of way through this entire area here, we have room to do this. This northbound or eastern lane is still within what we perceive to be the street right of way. I know there's some question in conversations with Paxson about whether or not any right of way exists in this area, and I haven't fully run that down at this point. But if you look at the county's GIS maps, we believe that the northbound lane on the east side is within the right of way. So if you come in and you put just a new southbound lane right next to it, you should be fine. So.
Well, then we need to answer that question first. Because if we don't, I mean, if there is a question about that right of way, the county clearly thinks there is one, but if there is a question about that right of way, we need to first figure that out.
And then figure the funding.
Yeah.
Which goes back to this being a draft budget, and the fact that Ryan's going to identify the paving needs, but I certainly want to make sure Bay Shore's taken care of. It's their time for the paving. I don't want to short them. So that's a fine line you have to walk.
So I think Paxson has some reason to believe that there may be no right of way for the whole street here, right? And that's the part I just don't know yet. So maybe you can talk about that.
Yes, I'll be glad to. Thank you for bringing this up again. I've asked and asked very patiently for the asphalt to be removed from my property that I inherited, and it's just been ignored. I have asked or told the natural gas people that they will take their line off my land, and they were shocked. They said, of course we will. And I'm not going to let them abandon it. I'm going to have them remove it. And then they'll want to put some in. Now, there is no recorded access nor a public town right-of-way in that section. Now, in defense of the town, my father loved to pave around a tree. He loved it. But he nor Star Hill, which formerly owned that 18 acres, which is not mine and my family, it belongs to all the heirs of the golf course property. And 2 of the Shackelford sisters have died within the last year. So now we're dealing with 2 estates for the involved in that property. Beside the point, if you bring up a map of Country Club Point Section 1, it floats in the air. It just floats in the air. There is no recorded subdivision between Highway 24 and Country Club Point Section 1. That needs to be addressed. Now, from the 18 acres west, there should be 60 feet that we can agree and dedicate a right of way. But that brings up another issue, that little Quail Run. It would be the ideal time to do some improvements based on the agreement of the property owners north and south of Quail Run to dedicate that, hopefully, as a 40-foot private street if we can't get any more from the property owners to offer that as a town street. Of course, the difficulty there in the past, the streets that the town has accepted have always been paved by the developer or the property owners. So that's an issue also. But I'm certainly willing to cooperate. I would love to see this addressed, including the need for a dedicated town right-of-way in that section.
Yeah, so I would, if we make this happen, I would presume we would try to place it in the area that is marked with the GIS maps. It doesn't have to be, but that would be the logical place to do it. And happy to talk about wherever you think is the right place.
The only thing I could suggest is that we use the western property line of the 18 acres and go 60 feet west from there to establish.
That would be my intent, yeah.
Yes,
So.
yes.
And the gas company is happy to move the line.
Oh,
I mean, they've
yes.
already conveyed that. They were
Oh,
just
yes.
waiting for a resolution to this issue.
Yes, exactly.
Frank, I'd rather, in discussing this, because just take it and run with it, come
Okay.
back to the board, but rather than include it in the upcoming budget, I'd just rather do a budget amendment, get it over with, not struggle with it in the budget.
Okay.
That's something You guys will go along with it?
Yeah, it sort of sounds like there's a little bit more to this than just
Yeah, as
moving
long as
the
we
road.
can-
Yeah,
As
I
long as
think
we got the right of way.
we'll move on with the budget
Yeah.
and just exclude that from the budget discussion and move forward
Yeah.
with the fact that, Ms. Holt, we can get that done. Consensus on the board, we'd probably be willing to do it, and we'll do it via,
That would put me in a very receptive frame of mind.
I understand that, and I'll hold you to that.
Regardless of what it does to your frame of mind. We shouldn't be.
Yeah, but she offered, anytime she offers, you gotta take it.
No.
You'll be getting one for long, pretty quick.
So those were the items that I had included on the agenda, but if there's anything else that you all would like to discuss, either now or as we go forward, please share that with me now, or please share that with me individually or at the future board meetings over the next couple of months. As I mentioned, I'm going to take all the feedback from you today, as well as anything I hear in the next couple of months. Hopefully, my goal is to present you a recommended budget in May that you'll be pleased with and that will address your highest priorities. Good discussion today. I think I got a good sense of what's more or higher or lower priority for you guys going forward. So, if there's anything else, please mention.
I got something, Frank.
Okay.
I guess the elephant in the room is what's going to happen in the next 4 to 6 months. You know, you've informed us that you're going to retire or leave. You're asking us to look at this budget, a hard budget. And if you do leave, I don't want to be left with some of the things that are currently available. I think number one, we got to address the situation with the budget and the position of the town planner. I say we defund the town planner, defund the temporary person at the front desk. I'd also like to see a new full-time person at the desk to assist our taxpayers in town business. And I think those are the two things that I would like to see addressed. Because we don't really need a town planner, to be honest. My opinion.
Understood.
And, you know, I've had a lot of people that have come into town hall and had to wait for somebody to come out and wait on them. I mean, in the old days, when it was Karen Zorn, I'm sure you guys don't even know who Karen Zorn is. She was a town manager, she was a town clerk, and she ran the desk. One person, and tax collector, thank you. So, in my opinion, we're running on a tight string right now. We're saving about $100,000 by addressing those two issues. And it would open up other venues that we may need to fill and help us in our budget going forward. And I've heard through my friends on the beach that you're not long for our town. And, you know, I wish you well over there. But the bottom line is that we need to make actions, and sometimes drastic measures have to be made. And this might be one of those times where we make drastic measures, because whoever we hire going forward, it's his headache. Because once you resign, it falls to us, and then it goes to the new guy.
Sure.
So that's my only thing that I would like to see out of the budget,
Yeah, but
besides everything else that's been discussed.
understood, and I will absolutely look at those things and try to come back with a proposal for y'all to consider, and happy to do that. Just to be clear again on my status, so at the moment, I fully expect to be here until August. As I mentioned to you in my written comments to y'all a couple weeks ago, if some other opportunity arises before then, I'll certainly give you all plenty of notice so that a nice, smooth transition can occur. So, and I'm committed to helping you figure this budget out. Like, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, it's definitely very challenging, but I have no doubt we'll figure it out, right? So, but I will take that feedback and I will work toward that. So thank you. Assuming the others are comfortable with that, or if you have
Yeah,
other
I
ideas,
agree.
please let me
I
know.
agree with Commissioner Ritchie on that issue. We're preparing to lose you. So that said, I think he's got a good hold on what we need to do here. I will go one step further in your preparation for the budget. this is not gonna be your budget. You're doing the budget, but you're not gonna have to adhere to the budget since.
Understood. Yeah.
Okay, so, I would like to put a salary, for the full-time town administrative assistant between 40 and 45,000,
Okay.
just so we can take a look at it.
Yeah, I'll absolutely take this feedback. Let me play around with the numbers a little bit and get you some more concrete information, but
We got plenty of time.
obviously helpful feedback to get. And I will say this, that I think anytime an individual leaves a position, it's always a good time to step back and just kind of reassess what you want out of the organization, right? Different people bring different strengths and weaknesses. Whoever takes my place may have some different strengths that can be deployed. So I think it's wise to just assess those things whenever someone leaves a key position.
And I think we're in an awkward situation here, to say the least. But I think Commissioner Ritchie hit the nail on the head, so we kind of.
Yeah, understood. Understood. I will work through those issues with
Okay.
y'all. So. Is there anything else that we didn't talk about today that you all would like me to consider as we go forward with the budget process?
About that fishing trip we were talking about, Will.
I don't know if we can afford it now.
Okay.
I think you should retire
I think-
after we get the town hall built.
What's that?
I think you should retire after we get the town hall built.
Okay. I'll consider that.
I
So.
think the biggest thing here today is, we're not certain with the rebound. We just do the best we can on a draft, but we certainly cannot stop the momentum we got in the town going forward, the things we've identified today. That'd be the worst mistake we could ever make. Just because we have the county rebound, the world doesn't end. We still have to fund the town. So that's it. If you come back and you can't make things work, we'll start all over again.
Yeah, and after the discussion, I mean, I almost think this is an opportunity to go ahead and put some of those things in, despite the reval, and go ahead and account for them.
Well, we can do that.
Like you said, we still got the town to run, so we've got to do this stuff, and we've got a long list of things that we've deferred, so.
Another thing to keep in mind too, the commissioners here is, and I went through one of these revals before, but adopt a budget that you think you can live with. It's our budget. We own the budget. The commissioners own that budget. And the new town manager, if he has different ideas, him or her, we can always do budget amendments, as we're known as the budget amendment capital of the county. So we can do that going forward. And no big deal. So I don't want everybody to just say, hey, we gotta, tighten up. Nobody knows what it's. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, so what I will do, I mean, probably the first thing is some of the items that you identified here today, I'll try my best to figure out a way to fund them out of the current year's budget. And I'll certainly come back to you all with an appropriate budget amendment, maybe even at the March meeting for that matter, or maybe in April. So I'll get to work on this, and ultimately I'm confident we'll figure it all out.
I'd like to see budget meeting scheduled as soon as humanly possible.
As soon as.
As soon as humanly possible on your end, please.
Well, I've got a lot of homework to do after this meeting and stuff, but we'll certainly have as many budget workshops as you all think are necessary.
As long as
Well,
we
it's
don't talk about
12:34, we're
chickens.
scheduled for a closed session.
That's correct. All right, I have a second. All right, all in favor? All right, thanks everybody for coming. Sure appreciate it.
Thank you, Paxton.
Okay, I've got my office ready for you
Okay,
all,
thank you.
and I'm happy to attend part or not
All right.
attend at all.
Hang around,
Do whatever you want me to do.
Yes. You got a minute. We can just.
Into my office.
You'll see great.
Yeah.
In the road.
Yeah.
So there's not. You'll see them. But, there.
I can almost guarantee you it's not gonna be a set.
Now, zero. 330. Basically, well. It's shot on.
That light doesn't want to work. Kickstart
Yeah,
it.
cut that on the board for just 5 seconds, whatever.
We gotta have our microphones on.
Yes.
Yeah. Just that.
It is still recording.
Oh, wow.
So we'll try to edit out the big blank spot.
All right, so anyway, we have come out of closed session and entertaining a motion to adjourn for the day.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Thank you.